I'd like to call to order the retreat for the Federated City Employees Retirement System Board. We'll go ahead and start with the roll call. Just go down the list per the agenda. Of course, I am here. Vice Chair.
This meeting is being recorded.
Present.
Thank you very much. Trustee Horowitz. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to scan the list of participants. Is Trustee Horowitz with us this morning? Okay. Trustee Jennings.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher.
Present.
Hi. Trustee Orr. Okay, are we joining us?
Trustee Orr will not be joining us, but Trustee Horowitz, as far as I understand, he should be. This.
Yeah, just joined us.
I am. Dev Davis is here now too.
Trustee Horowitz, hi.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for joining us. Morning. And Councilmember Davis, hi. Good morning. All right. Good morning. So, see, I'm going to announce the ground rules as we've been doing it since shelter in place. All votes will be roll call votes. If you're not speaking, please be on mute to cut background noise. For discussion items, each trustee will have a turn to speak in roll call order if needed, more than once if desired. The public will have an opportunity to speak on each item after the trustees. Also, the public will have an opportunity to speak again at the end of the meeting on any other item not on the agenda that is within the subject jurisdiction of the board. Under orders of the day, we have one correction to the first item 1A under the consent calendar. Lisa DeLaison, Public Safety Communications Specialist, San Jose Police Department, request for a change in status to a non-service connected disability retirement effective July 8. I believe the agenda reads now July 11. Yes. So it'll be effective July 8, 2020, 13.09 years of service with the Disability Committee recommendation of approval. That's the only item for orders of the day. Could I please have a motion to accept the orders of the day?
So motioned.
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Trustee Chandra,
Motion.
second.
Okay. The motion was by Trustee Kelleher. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the motion second by Vice Chair Chandra. Thank you both. Any discussion? Any public discussion? Okay. Let's do the roll call vote, please. Vice Chair Chandra.
I was on mute. I apologize. Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Horowitz.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Sun.
Aye.
Good. I also vote aye, so that motion carries unanimously 6-0. Okay, then I believe we're ready to move on then to the consent calendar. Again, we have the one item with Ms. DeLaison, and then there's another item for approval for change in effective date for Sharon Newton from September 20th to October 17th. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Keller, so motions.
Okay, I believe the motion was from Trustee Horowitz and the second was from, sorry, who was that?
Kelleher.
Trustee Kelleher, thank you both. And is there any discussion on that? Any public discussion? Okay, and one more roll call vote quickly. Vice Chair Chandra.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Horowitz.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kelleher.
Aye.
Thank you. And Trustee Sun.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, everybody, for that. We're now ready to move on into the retreat. New business item 2.1, discussion of the Federated retreat workshop. Tom, I believe, is ready to go. I did forget to ask, and probably I think it's still okay to do this. Tom, given the agenda, I know we're tentatively thinking this will go to maybe as long as 12-ish. Is there a logical breaking point can we plan on a break at this time?
I think probably after the investment presentations, I would think,
Okay,
by Jeremy and Makita. Trustee Jeremy Evnine and Makita.
okay, so right at between two C and D.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Pena, does that make sense to you too?
Yes, it does make sense to me. And of course, we can always, depending on how the meeting is going, if it's running longer, we can always stop at any particular time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, if I believe we're good, Mr. Iannucci, if I can turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to share my screen here and hopefully can everybody see
Yes.
the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, well, welcome everybody to our strategic planning session. I'm not sure about you all, but this is my first virtual session, so we'll find our way here a bit, but I'm sure it'll go smoothly. We are aiming for 3 to 4 hours, roughly noon, as the chair indicated. I want to thank everybody for their input, staff for all the help in sort of designing this and their input, board members for all your input vis-a-vis the board self-evaluation survey, strategic planning survey, and the follow-up interviews. You identified a number of issues, and we're going to try our best to, we've designed a session that addresses many of those issues. And I think directly or indirectly, I think if you have another issue you'd like to raise, and there's probably plenty of room to raise other issues that are somehow related to what we have on the agenda and are strategic in nature. There was a bit of a challenge when I asked board members how they wanted to approach this. Some of you had more of a traditional classical strategic planning approach in mind, where we spent time dealing with the mission, the vision, values, et cetera, and then got into some strategic issues. Others were open to that, but their preference was to dive into some strategic issues and issue resolution. Given this is the first sort of strategic planning session in quite some time for the board, we thought it would be good to sort of blend the two approaches. We're going to spend some time dealing with the classical or traditional issues and lay the groundwork for strategic planning. But we've set aside a meaningful portion of the session, maybe half, to get into some high-level strategic discussion and issue resolution. So hopefully this will sort of address everybody's preferences. The hope is that if we spend enough time laying the groundwork for strategic planning, any future efforts you undertake in strategic planning can spend more and more time on very specific issues. So that's our goal for today. Just quickly going through the agenda, it's really broken out into two basic parts. A bit of background initially, educational in some sense, around strategic planning. We're going to present a framework which hopefully you'll be comfortable with and we could adopt at some point for future use. I'd like to cover some of the recent strategic planning efforts that the Federated Board has undergone. And I'd like to weave in the board self-evaluation results, at least the relevant portions of it. We don't want to get into a full-blown review of that, but because there is a lot of overlap between the self-evaluation and the strategic planning session, I just wanted to touch on where that overlap existed, and the board may want to refer the results of the review to the governance committee, which is what we normally do for a more fulsome discussion and review of that. But I just did want to sort of highlight the strategic issues that arose out of the board self-evaluation and how we've built them into today's session. And then the second part of the agenda is really going to be dealing with your strategy, either confirming current strategy via education and having discussion around that, and then developing, or at least having initial discussions around expanding that strategy to other parts of the organization. And as part of that, we'd like to deal with the mission statement, which you don't currently have one. In terms of the order, we switched the order a little bit. We normally would have dealt with the mission statement first. That would have been the logical approach, but because We wanted to make sure Laura Wyrick from Makita has another commitment. We wanted to make sure she was available for at least the investment portion of the session. So we've moved that up on the agenda ahead of the mission statement. So we're going to begin with that, then switch to the mission statement, which should be a fairly short conversation, and then go back into the organizational vision and deal with other parts of the organization. So a little change in what the approach we normally would have taken, or the sequence. And then we'll close, depending on how the conversation goes, we will close with sort of a wrap up and priorities and potential next steps that came out of the session. In terms of goals and deliverables, what we'd like to walk away with today is sort of a consensus on how the Federated Board will approach strategic planning going forward. And the message will be, there are so many ways to deal with strategic planning. It's useful to get on the same page as to what we mean by strategic planning, how we're going to approach it, what would the board's role be in strategic planning, what will staff's role. So we'll spend some time on that and hopefully walk away with a consensus. And then we can document that. We'd also like to, hopefully today, either confirm a mission statement or approve a mission statement, at least initially, or at least key elements of the statement, which could be refined and brought back to the board for approval at a future date. We'd also like to make sure the board gets some background education, and the board did indicate they wanted some education as part of the session. We thought it would be useful to build it around the investment issues. So you'll get some of that on various parts of the investment program. And fourth, we'd like to have at least a preliminary discussion, strategic discussion around what we're calling the organizational vision for other key aspects of the organization. We don't expect to have time to cover all three of these. We think we can certainly cover customer service, potentially board governance, and if we're lucky, at least initiate some discussions around human resources. But we wanted to at least lay out how we would apply the strategic planning process to various issues. We selected these three. There are others that we could tackle, and I think the board will want to tackle at some point in the future. But for today's agenda, we limited it to these three, and we frankly don't expect to necessarily get through all three. And again, agree at the end on some sort of any outstanding steps or issues that need to be tackled. So those are our goals for the day. And now just jumping right into some background on strategic planning. Strategic planning is, I think, an potentially extremely useful tool for any organization, including public funds. But I found that strategic planning has a bit of a checkered reputation. So a lot of organizations are frustrated with it. They don't find it to be terribly helpful. Others find it incredibly helpful. And I'm speaking about the private sector, charities, not-for-profits, and public sector pension funds, although the vast majority of my experience is with public funds. And I think the problem is that there are just so many different models for strategic planning, and there isn't really a consensus on how to approach it. And that creates a lot of confusion. It also it's really a private sector tool initially, or developed initially for the private sector. And I think public funds sometimes have some trouble applying it to their circumstances. And as a result, we find that a lot of organizations, when they engage in strategic planning, really end up not spending a tremendous amount of time talking about strategy or making strategic choices. Instead, they end up spending an awful lot of time talking about the mission statement, and we'll talk about the challenges with that, and identifying lists of projects that need to be done sort of through a brainstorming process. And when we step back, we find that a lot of those projects on the list aren't all that strategic, in the sense they tend to be very operational. So as a result of that, organizations walk away feeling that, gee, this wasn't very strategic, and it didn't really affect our operations, because a lot of these projects that we identified, we would have done them regardless of whether we had a strategic planning process or not. So I think it's just the challenge is really in the execution, the design and execution of the strategic planning process. So what I'd like to spend a few minutes just presenting a framework that I think if we can all agree with or modify it to your preferences, I think we could use that as a basis for going forward and making sure that we overcome some of these pitfalls that other organizations have faced. Because I think there is a tremendous amount of value to be had through strategic planning. This diagram is simply an overview of a traditional strategic planning process that I believe can be applied to any organization, including public pension funds. And there are 4 or 5 key elements in the process. Beginning up here in the top left, there has to be some sort of strategic analysis. And we've all heard of SWOT analysis, I'm sure, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, environmental scans, risk analyses, market research. Whether this is done formally or informally, there has to be some sort of analysis by whether it's the organization or the stakeholders at the very early stages that results in what we call the strategy. And I think this is perhaps the most important part of the process. And when we define strategy, we define it as encompassing multiple components. The focus tends to be on just the mission statement and maybe the vision statement and sometimes the value statement. But I think there's a very important part of strategy, which we call the organizational vision or the strategic positioning, that forms a significant or integral part of the strategy that often gets overlooked. And this is where the board's role is absolutely critical. Once an organization has defined its strategy, and I'm going to talk about these elements further, the next step in the process would be to perform what we call a gap analysis, to compare your desired strategy that you've just identified and compare that to the current strategy or the status quo to see if there are any gaps between what you think you should be versus what the strategy actually is today. And if there are gaps, and there usually are, that leads to the preparation of a strategic plan. The strategic plan lists or identifies the steps that need to be taken to bridge the gap between where we desire the strategy to be or the desired strategy and the actual strategy in place today, whether it's implicit or explicit. And then you simply switch, once you have a strategic plan, which the board would approve, you move into execution and monitoring mode. So that plan has to be executed. The board and staff have to monitor the results. They would monitor the progress of the strategic plan and the operational results stemming out of the strategy. And then periodically you'd go back and do another analysis, strategic analysis, and confirm all this. And it's sort of an ongoing iterative process. Again, at a very high level. Any questions on this diagram?
Looks good.
Okay, so let's just talk a few minutes about each of these elements or some of these elements, particularly in the context of public sector plans and how it differs from other kinds of organizations. So first is the mission statement, which is, I'm sure everyone's familiar with. It's one of the, as I said, it's one of the steps in the process or elements in the process that get the most energy and attention. But there's a lot of confusion around what is a mission statement. And I think at its most basic level, it's simply a very brief description of your business. What products and services do we offer? To whom? Who are our customers, our key stakeholders? And in what markets do we operate? You can include other elements, but at a minimum, you'd want your mission statement to explain these 3 items. And the interesting part here is that for a public sector pension plan, retirement system, you don't have a lot of discretion. If we define a mission statement in this manner, you really don't have any discretion over these issues. They are explicitly or implicitly, generally explicitly stated somewhere in your governing legislation, in your trust agreement, or what have you. But somewhere, and those documents are approved, generally approved by the stakeholders, the plan sponsor. And if the mission statement is simply describing what's in the, or summarizing from a strategic point of view, what's in the governing legislation, the retirement board has very little control over this, other than crafting the mission statement itself. But the essence of the statement is largely, if not fully, outside of the board's control. And this differs from just about any other organization, private sector, charities, other not-for-profits, where the board might have significant control over the mission statement. A private corporation in particular can redefine its business in very radically different ways over time, which would call for a very different mission statement over time. Not the case for public fund boards. However, when you go to the next significant element of the strategy, what we've called the organizational vision or strategic positioning, here the board does have quite a bit of discretion. And what we mean by the organizational vision or the strategic positioning is how will the organization position itself in key areas in order to carry out the mission statement or to carry out the business, as in your case has been defined by the plan sponsor. And what are some of those areas where we need to define strategically how we're going to position ourselves? There are a number of them, but today we're going to focus on 4: governance, investments, member services, and human resources. And there are many different ways, unlike the mission statement where there's really just one, and that's the plan sponsor determines it. When it comes to how you position yourself, there are usually a range of possible ways to do it, possible positions on each of these issues. And it's part of this process to identify what that range of possibilities is, and then to make a very conscious choice as to how this particular board, is going to position itself. And if you choose the status quo, that's quite all right. That's still a strategic choice, but it should be a very conscious, informed decision to position yourself one way versus another way. And we're going to spend time today sort of putting this into practice. The gap analysis, again, very briefly, once you've identified in the top right what the business of the organization is, as expressed in the mission statement, vision and values, and how we're going to strategically position ourselves to fulfill that mission, overall, that's the overall strategy. Compare that to how you are currently positioned, your current strategy, determine whether or not there's a gap between the two. And if there is, then staff have to go away and develop a strategic plan to bridge that gap. And that plan should contain steps, projects, initiatives, sequencing, when we're going to do what, within what timeframes, what resources we're going to need, who's going to be responsible for doing it, and very important, the performance measures for determining whether or not we're actually making progress. And that's your strategic plan. Of course, the plan could also include, and should include as background, the mission statement, the vision, how you position yourself, et cetera. It should lay out the strategy, but the real core of the strategic plan is the projects that you've agreed are necessary to bridge the gap, to get you to your desired strategy. Management would propose that, and the board can certainly shape it and ultimately approve it. So going back to this diagram, I just want to make one point. So what is the role of the board and the role of staff in the strategic planning process? I think the board and the staff can jointly, it should largely be driven by staff, but the board it can be done jointly, engage in analysis over time, whether it's done formally or informally as to what's going on in the world. As we said, the plan sponsor is largely going to determine the mission statement, but the board is going to determine the organizational vision and positioning. And that involves making choices. So when the core, the most important role of the board in the strategic planning process is to make those choices. And staff have to identify what the range of possible choices are and help the board make an informed decision vis-a-vis that range of choices. Together, you can do the gap analysis. Staff should prepare the strategic plan to identify all the steps that need to be done to move towards the desired strategy. If there is a gap, the board would approve that strategic plan, management would execute, and the board should receive information on an ongoing basis to help monitor progress in achieving the strategy and the operational results. And unfortunately, if you don't have performance, objectives and metrics, et cetera, it's really difficult for the board to actually monitor progress. So that's often a missing step in a lot of strategic plans. They don't identify concrete milestones or outcomes or metrics that would allow the board to actually oversee this process. And then again, the process continues. So to summarize this, unlike for-profit firms, we've proposed that public funds have little or no discretion over the mission statements. And strategic issues that would require you to change the mission statement for a public fund are really pretty rare. There's very little that could ever happen that would cause you to go back and change the mission statement. It can happen, but it's rare. Private sector mission statements, on the other hand, are pretty dynamic. They're changing their business all the time. They're offering different products, different markets, different customers, and therefore their mission statements are really not very stable over time. Public fund statements are mission statements are not only stable, but they're similar across public sector funds. The wording might be slightly different, but fundamentally, they're very similar across your peers. And that's what you would expect. You do have discretion, considerable discretion over how you position the organization strategically. But even that, once you've determined how you're going to position yourself, that should be pretty stable as well. You wouldn't expect an awful lot of changes. There would be some changes over the medium to longer term, but you wouldn't expect changing how you position the organization on a year-to-year basis, or even every 2, 3, 5 years. The big difference, though, is that public fund boards are relatively dynamic compared to for-profit boards. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of, relatively speaking, turnover among public fund boards, and that has implications for the strategic planning process. Because there's relatively more turnover, and because of the process I've described, when it comes to strategic planning, I think public funds should really be focusing on just 3 things: ensuring that the board and the management team have an ongoing shared understanding of the mission as spelled out in the governing legislation. So as new board members come on board, we quickly sort of make sure, okay, this is the business we're in. We have no choice over it, largely speaking, or maybe if there are areas where we have some discretion, let's identify those. But as new board members come on board, quickly orient them to what business we're in fundamentally, and the fact that it's set out in the mission and we have very little control over that, and maintain that understanding over time. Secondly, establish that what we called the organizational vision or the strategic positioning across the key areas of the organization. That involves, as I said, identifying our choices, the board making a conscious choice, and then making sure that there's enough commitment to those choices over time. Because as the board turns over, of course, future boards are always free to change the strategy, but we want to do that we want to be very careful about that. You want some continuity, you want time for the strategy to play out, to be implemented, and to generate the expected results. So that's an ongoing challenge to identify that strategic positioning initially, and then to make sure we give it enough time to play out, given turnover that can happen at the board level and even at the staff level. And then third, because steps 1 and 2 are usually one-off exercises to a large degree, the biggest part of what public funds should be doing is simply executing and monitoring the progress of the strategy. But if we don't have a clear strategy, it becomes really hard to execute. That's why it's really important to get steps 1 and 2 done well initially, make sure you've got metrics and objectives, and then devote most of your energy to execution after that. And in my experience, I found that 1 and 2 is where many organizations sort of fall short, which makes executing a very difficult proposition. So I'd like to sort of cover strategic planning in the context of the Federated Board. I don't want to give the impression that just because this is our first strategic planning retreat, that the board has never really engaged in strategic planning, because I don't think that's at all the case. In fact, I think the Federated Board and the Police and Fire Board have been 2 of the most strategic boards I've ever worked with. However, you never really called it strategic planning. You didn't do it in a very conscious, explicit manner. And it doesn't mean it was less effective. It was just much less formal and process driven. In my experience working with the boards, I recall back in 2008, 2009, when it was really initiated by the city at that point, and there was a vision within the city to establish both retirement systems, both boards, but of course, including Federated, to be best in class. They wanted to be top-notch funds across the country. There was a vision expressed to me at that point, and they wanted to identify what were the gaps, what needed to be done to get there. And they hired Cortex and gave us sort of a clean slate to go out and figure out what needed to be done. And we started with governance because we thought the foundation to be best in class started with governance. And that led to a project, which led to a report of findings, which led to the board of the city council changing the composition of the board in approximately 2009. I didn't go back and confirm the exact dates, but that was roughly the time frame when they modified the composition of the boards, removed elected officials, brought in more outside professionals, et cetera, and the criteria for putting board members on, et cetera. So that was a significant strategic step in moving towards a best-in-class vision. Quickly after that, the new board realized that if they were going to continue to move forward, they needed to demonstrate to the city and the stakeholders that they had a sound, not only a well-constructed board, but that they had a framework in place. And they developed a board governance manual to lay out roles and responsibilities and to clarify exactly how this newly constituted board was going to operate. Then the board realized that, well, we need to go further. Having a newly constituted board or reconstituted board wasn't enough. We needed to have more autonomy if we're going to move towards best in class. And they initiated a project to identify best practices in that area. And they felt they needed the authority as a result of that to hire their own staff, hire and compensate their own staff. And that led to a project which ultimately led to the passage of Measure G in, I believe, approximately 2014. That, because up until that point, the boards did not have the authority to hire the CEO, CIO, or any other staff. Those positions were hired by the city manager. The city manager directed those individuals, evaluated those individuals, et cetera. It wasn't until Measure G, which was a conscious move by the retirement boards, very strategic in my mind, to change how this organization would be positioned from a governance point of view and to give the board greater autonomy. Then in around 2018, 2019, the board felt, okay, we've now got more authority, newly constituted board, let's revisit how we manage the investments. And they undertook a project which led to a new approach or a clearer approach to managing the investment program. And it led to expanded delegation of authority over the investment program to the investment staff. That was all completed in about 2019. And then lastly, in about 2019, 2020, I mean, the issue was raised by the grand jury and the city audit report, but the boards were also contemplating this as well, that they realized they needed to start dealing with performance metrics and the evaluation process for the executives that they now have the authority to hire. And that process of developing a performance evaluation process with measurable objective metrics is currently in progress and should be completed within a month or two. So those are just some of the strategic issues that I personally observed. I'm sure there were others that I may not have been involved in. But again, just to show that this board has been very strategic. At no point did I ever hear anybody refer to these things as strategic initiatives or resulting from a strategic plan. But these are some of the more strategic issues I've seen amongst all of our clients. All we're doing today at this point in time is formalizing the strategic planning process a bit and making it a little more explicit and proactive and to really take it under the control of the retirement board. As you can see here, at least initially, it was the city that initiated some of this process. Any questions to this point before I go on?
Trustee Horowitz here. I did have a question. Could you describe just a little bit more about what was reviewed and modified in the investment philosophy in 2019? I'm not quite sure what that refers to.
The key changes there were the investment policy statement was significantly rewritten, I believe, but the key changes revolved around two issues. It was the approach to asset allocation. And we're going to devote a good portion of today reviewing that from an education standpoint. So I don't want to get into too much detail there, but it lays out the different performance benchmarks that have been introduced and the process by which we arrive at the strategic asset allocation process, the thought process, the strategic process I'm going to come to that in a bit, moving from a liability benchmark to a simple passive portfolio to the strategic asset allocation process. But if I can just defer that, because Makita is going to be, Jeremy Evnine is going to be talking about that, Makita, and I will revisit it as well. The other significant change as a result of that project, which was incorporated into the IPS, was the delegation of authority to the investment staff for the hiring and firing of investment managers in just about every asset class except, I believe, venture capital, and instituted some constraints or some parameters to sort of control that delegation. But those were the two major outcomes of that, what we called the investment philosophy project, the governance / investment philosophy project, the asset allocation process and the delegation of authority.
So just to confirm, prior to that, the board actually reviewed and hired and fired individual managers. Is that the case? I'm trying to understand what came before.
That's correct. Staff still did the due diligence, meeting with the managers. Staff was very involved in that process, but did not have, prior to this project, did not have the final authority to make a selection decision. Instead, I believe they brought 2 or 3 candidates to the board for interviews and final approval by the board. And towards the end, I believe they may have simply been bringing one manager. I can't remember exactly, but the authority rested with the board. And the thinking was that it really wasn't clear. There was an issue that had arisen around investment performance and everyone was trying to figure out who was accountable for the investment performance and who do you attribute the investment performance, good or bad, to. And there was, in reviewing it, it became clear that it wasn't clear. It wasn't clear if it was the board, the investment committee, or the CIO, because nobody had real full discretion over making those decisions. And so the thinking of the board was they wanted to move to a model where the board would be clearly and fully accountable for the asset allocation decision, but the staff would be clearly and fully accountable for the active management decisions. And in order to do that, they needed the authority to hire and fire managers. And again, I think Jeremy Evnine is going to review this. He was very involved in that process, as were many other board members who are still here on both the police and fire and the Federated side, or several of them.
Thank you.
So again, I wanted to give credit, didn't want to leave the impression that you've never done strategic planning. You have far more than most, in my opinion. With that, I wanted to just touch on the 2020 board self-evaluation. We don't want to get into the call it the operational aspects of board governance, but I did want to highlight that we did sort of blend the two processes together this year, the board self-evaluation and the prep for the strategic planning process. And there were issues that were identified in the board self-evaluation that I thought were very strategic and got repeated in the strategic planning discussions. And as a result, we've tried to work those into today's session. And those revolved around the asset allocation process, the separate asset mix policies for the different tiers, the board role in the operations. In particular, just a bit of background on that, the survey results indicated that people were had trouble answering questions around how effective the board was in dealing with a lot of the issues that were not investment related. So operations, human resources, et cetera. And in exploring that through the follow-up interviews, board members indicated that they weren't suggesting there were any problems on the non-investment side or the operational side, but rather that the board's role wasn't quite as clear to them as to what they should be doing, what information they should be getting. There didn't seem to be quite as much discussion around these areas, as much transparency. And they just felt that, well, they didn't know some just didn't know what to make of it. Not that there was a problem, but I saw that as a strategic issue, which we're going to talk about today in terms of clarifying the board's role. And others indicated that, the board, there's still room to improve the clarity or the specific governance model that we have in terms of the board's focus at a high level. And we're going to talk about that in detail. Human resources came up again in the same context, and member services there's just not a lot of clarity around what we as a board should be doing. So hopefully this strategic planning process can shed some more light on that. The other issues we found in the board self-evaluation were much more pure governance related, more about the operations of how the board functions. So we don't want to really get into that today, but I think the board may want to refer this to the governance committee, which is again the normal procedure, but I wanted to just share it today, give you a preview and show how these strategic issues popped up both in the context of the self-evaluation and the strategic planning preparations. So unless there are some questions, we want to move to the second part of the session where we're going to talk about your strategy. We want to focus on two issues: the mission statement, which, as I noted earlier, we're going to defer that a little bit so that Makita will have an opportunity to make their presentation while Laura is still available. And then we're going to go into the organizational vision and positioning. And for today, we're going to really focus on 4 areas. I know we're going to get through investments. That's going to be really the educational component of the day. And the board can certainly debate and discuss that, but it is designed to be educational. I'm confident we'll get through member services, but I don't think we're necessarily going to get all the way through board governance and human resources, but we will try, and we've presented sort of a framework that would facilitate a discussion in those areas. We're going to try to get as far today as we can. So beginning with the investment positioning. The investment program really lends itself well to this notion of identifying strategic choices or alternatives and then selecting a strategy. And there are different dimensions of this, but at the very highest level, and I think this is probably the most important strategic decision the board can make, certainly on the investment side. And it's the fundamental choice of how we're going to design this investment program. And the board went through this conversation about 2 years ago, where we identified these 3 alternatives. Every pension fund has at least these 3 alternatives. There are others that, there are other choices in between A and B and in between B and C, but for simplicity, we narrowed it down to 3. And these are the 3 choices that the board focused on even 2 years ago. But at one extreme on the left, you've got your choice A, which we called the liability benchmark portfolio. The board could decide, and I'm going to do this briefly because Jeremy is going to talk about it in more detail, and so will Makita. But at the extreme, you could choose point A, the liability benchmark portfolio, which would be the simplest and least risky portfolio from a funding risk point of view. It would also have, unfortunately, the lowest expected returns over the long run. And it would consist of some sort of fixed income portfolio, 100% bonds, probably duration matched, but a very simple portfolio designed to match the movements of the liabilities. And if your investments if the value of the bonds go down, the liabilities would be expected to go down a corresponding amount. So you'd always be pretty well matched assets and liabilities. So no funding risk. Very simple to administer. You wouldn't need really, you might just need 1 staff person, if that, very few consultants, et cetera. If the board wanted to take on more risk and more complexity, you could move along the spectrum to portfolio B, which the board called the low cost passive portfolio, where you would now sort of mismatch the assets and the liabilities. You'd introduce equity asset classes in addition to the fixed income, but you'd be limiting yourself to just public asset classes. You'd manage it passively. It would be very low cost. You'd still have very minimal internal resources. You would have greater funding risk, but you'd also have a higher expected return. And then you could continue along the spectrum if you thought the board could have, had the organizational wherewithal and the competencies to get more sophisticated, more complex. You could move to point C, which is what we called the strategic asset allocation, where you would not only invest in public markets, but also private market asset classes. You'd have a mix of passive and active, or you could go potentially 100% active if you wanted to. There would be far greater costs or meaningfully greater costs. And you'd have to establish internal resources to manage this strategic choice. And you have, greater funding risk as well. And the board went through this process. Now, at the time, we were already at strategic position C. The board confirmed that they believed option C was still valid, still made sense going forward. But very importantly, and many boards, many pension funds, public and private, don't do this. They made a commitment to continue monitoring the performance of A and B. And that's the nice thing about investments. You can always monitor the choices you did not pursue. So the IPS indicates that the board is going to get performance reports showing how we're doing relative to the liability benchmark and the low cost passive portfolio to help the board over time make sure that they're still comfortable with the choice they made to go with option C, the strategic asset allocation. So this is what I would call, strategy from an investment perspective. And this is, as I said earlier, the most important strategic decision the board is going to make. Once you choose A, B, or C, or some position in between, you fundamentally determine what this investment program is going to look like. Everything else after that is largely tactical. Once you approve C, once the board approves we're going to be at C, all the other decisions are much less significant in scale and are really, tactical, whether we're going to have 10% or 12% in a particular asset class, or whether we're going to have this type of private market versus that type of private market. Important decisions, and they do add or detract value over time. But the fundamental strategic decision was to be at position C in the first place. So the second dimension of this, which was dealt with in the project that I mentioned earlier with the board, was how are we going to approach asset allocation? And again, there are different positions you can take. And we identified three, A, B, and C. At the far left, position A, you could take an approach where you're going to determine asset allocation just based on your intuition, how you feel about different asset classes, what you see in terms of their expected returns. You're not going to use a model. It's really judgment-based, intuition-based. I would not expect to see this in an institutional environment. I wouldn't think any pension fund, hopefully there aren't any pension funds out there that do this, but conceivably you could do that. It wouldn't really be consistent with good governance, but at the individual level, very small investors could conceivably do this. At the other extreme, model C is what we call a very highly model-driven approach to setting asset allocation. You would have some sort of optimizing model or quantitative model, probably a mean variance-based model. And the focus on the whole process is on the model. Knowing what the model is, determining what the inputs to the model is, placing constraints on the model, deciding which asset classes to include in the model and which to exclude from the model. And then accepting, once you've done that and agreed on all that, you let the model do its thing, and it tells you mathematically how much to put into each asset allocation. And you don't tweak the outputs. This is the key issue that the board really put a lot of thought into. When you're following option C, you generally accept, once you've agreed on the constraints and the inputs, you accept what the model tells you, even if you're not quite comfortable with intuitively what it's saying. And if you are uncomfortable, you don't just simply change the outputs, you go back and revisit the constraints, the asset classes you've included, and the process by which you arrived at the assumptions. And then you've got somewhere in the middle this blended approach where you probably start with the mean variance model, but then you apply your own judgment to the outputs or other analysis or perceptions around valuation, for example. And then you tweak the model outputs until you're comfortable with the asset allocation. So under the blended approach, the model is the starting point, and then you apply judgment after that, or intuition. When something changes in the environment, under option C, you don't simply react and change your policy. What you do is you run the model again and update your inputs and see what the model tells you now. Under the blended approach, or under the intuition approach, when something happens in the environment, there's a major dislocation or correction, you might simply change the allocations without running the model again. You rely much more heavily on your intuition or instinct or judgment on that reaction. So again, this was the range of strategic choices the board considered several years ago. They landed on C, but very importantly, they agreed to continue to monitor A and B to make sure that over time they're still comfortable with C. So that is a quick over. Any questions before I turn it over? We've got two presentations, one by Jeremy Evnine, who was involved in both of these and was one of the champions for thinking about the strategy in this manner, both the basic portfolio discussion here and the methodology on slide 17. So any questions before we turn it over to Jeremy and then Makita, or you could reserve your questions for Jeremy or Makita. Okay, good. So,
Hey, Tom.
yes. Hello? Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you.
Tom, I can hear you.
Oh, somebody had a question, I think.
I think Prabhu wanted to say something, but maybe he hit the mute button by mistake.
Yeah.
No, I got kicked out and I'm back in. Thank you. I just wanted to say it's 9:24 now, and we're going to lose Laura at about 10 o'clock. So I was wondering if trustees can hold their questions after Jeremy's presentation, wait till Laura also finishes, and then have a discussion.
Okay, great. So let me turn it over immediately to Jeremy for his presentation.
Okay. So let's see if I want to share my screen. Can I share my screen? This will stop the other screens sharing. So Tom, this is going to kick you out.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is that desktop share? Okay. So let me just flip over to. Come on. There we go. Okay, well, so thanks for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be back with you guys. As usual, Tom has stolen some of my thunder, and Tom, unfortunately, is very good at doing that. So you want always to try to avoid coming on directly after Tom has finished. But it will help you shorten up your presentation. So yes, I spent 4 years on the Police and Fire Board, and Tom is correct that towards the end, I was pushing very much for what he just outlined in the last 5 or 10 minutes. And I'm glad to see that it's being adopted. I just wanted to cover a few things in regards to the whole asset allocation process. And these are things that, just to give some people background, I've been in the investment field since the early 80s. I ran my own hedge fund for about 19 years. My PhD is from Berkeley, so etc. Let me start with the bedrock of all of this stuff, which is the so-called efficient frontier. And the picture that you can see there is a picture of the expected returns and risks as designated by standard deviation of various assets and all portfolios of these assets. So we take as a starting point that what interests us is the expected return on assets and the standard deviations on assets, and also their correlations, because that enters the equation when you try to compute the risk, i.e. the standard deviation of a portfolio. And those give you all of these possible points to the bottom right of that parabola that you see on the screen. So high risk, high expected return assets such as equities up there towards the top right, bonds lower to the left, and you get that parabola of risky assets. But then in addition, you typically have a riskless asset, which in many cases would be cash, and that has zero risk. So it's all the way over on the vertical axis. And of course, it has a relatively low expected return. And because you can include that in your portfolio, you can now take combinations of cash and all those risky portfolios So there's a tangent line you can draw from cash to that parabola. And since the goal here is to try to be as to up and to the left as possible, why? Because we all like portfolios that have high expected return and low risk. If you don't like portfolios like that, then you should be in a different business. But that's the kind of portfolio we want. So trying to get as far to the up and to the left as we can dictates that I could also form a portfolio of cash and that tangent point that says optimal portfolio. That's the optimal risky portfolio. And you should never include points that are further down and to the right, because they are going to have higher risk and lower expected return right? And why would you do that? If you keep going up and to the right on that tangent line, that's the point where you actually begin to have negative allocations to cash. That means you're levering your portfolio. Some people can do that. Typically, in an institutional environment, you can't do that. So you can start from cash, you can go up the line segment till you hit that optimal portfolio where you have no cash and it's all risky assets. But if you want to keep going up and to the right, you'll have to go around the curvy part because you can't lever up. So that's the basic idea behind the efficient frontier. And we have, the assumption is that we have a utility function which wants to trade off expected return for variance. We like expected return, we don't like variance. Variance is just the square of standard deviation, which is what we're calling risk. And so if you look at contours of constant utility, these are like on a geographical map where you have contours of constant height. So contour of constant utility would be straight lines in a mean variance plane, but because we're plotting the standard deviation on the horizontal axis, those turn into parabolas because you have the square root function there. And so you're bringing these parabolas from the top left towards the bottom right, and you stop when you hit a feasible portfolio. So I've got two examples there. Investor one hits that line that's kind of 40, looks like 40% cash, 40% portfolio P. Investor two has a much riskier, he's willing to bear much more risk. And so he has a contour that looks like the parabola that's up there and to the right. And he hits the efficient frontier at the point where he actually is optimal to lever his portfolio, borrow money and get more of P. So the idea is that this is what we want to do. And as Tom indicated, we can do this with this device that says, you give me capital market assumptions as inputs, give me also any constraints that you may have, and I will put these into a black box called a mean variance optimizer, and what will come out will be optimal investment weights. Now, I'd like to remind you that this machine that turns capital market assumptions and constraints into investment weights is, well, I'm going to quote the great Tom Lehrer, whom some of you might remember. He was a great musical satirist in the 1960s. And he once said, life is like a sewer. What you get out of it depends upon what you put into it. So this machine that turns capital market assumptions into weights is also like a sewer. What you get out of it depends on what you put into it. If you put garbage assumptions in, you'll get garbage assumptions out. If you put good assumptions in and good constraints, it's pretty good at giving you an output which makes sense for you. So I actually prefer to think of this as a pretty goodizer and not necessarily an optimizer. But it's pretty good, and it's a very powerful and useful piece of machinery. So the general approach then, as Tom outlined, is we start with these capital market assumptions, we have constraints, we throw them into this machine, this optimizer, and it comes out with investment weights. They will be feasible by construction, they will obey your constraints, and they will be optimal given what you're trying to optimize, which is this mean variance trade-off. Like we like expected return, we don't like variance. So as trustees, what should we be doing? What should we not be doing? Okay, so I've been a trustee for 4 years, and I've seen trustees violate these do's and don'ts all over the place. And I feel pretty strongly about this. You should not be tinkering as trustees with the capital market assumptions. It's not your job. That's why you hire people like Makita. That's why you have an investment staff. You should not be tinkering directly and say, let's nudge this one up a little bit, let's nudge that one down a little bit. You should also not be tinkering with portfolio weights. Those are the outputs from this pretty good ISA, okay? They are the result of taking your inputs, cranking through this black box and getting the result. Don't tinker with the results. And the third bullet point there is don't second guess your investment staff. I've seen trustees do this nonstop. They are professionals. They spend all day doing this, right? And even for people like me with investment backgrounds, I'm not sitting there pondering these issues 24/7, 24/5, 8/5, okay, fine, as a full-time job. What you should be doing, however, is you should critically review the capital market assumptions. It's perfectly fair game for you to say, okay, Makita, I see you've got the expected return on this asset class as X. That feels intuitively wrong to me. Can you explain where you got that number, right? That's absolutely fair for you to do, and Makita should absolutely be prepared to come in and justify how they came up with that. Now, the expected returns are not the only numbers, by the way. I mean, there are also a bunch of volatilities and a bunch of correlations. There are many correlations. That's a pretty hard thing, I think, for anybody to get intuition about. If you saw a correlation that was negative and you were pretty sure it should be positive, you might question it. But the thing that mostly drives the outputs more than anything are the expected returns. It is that to which this optimizer is most sensitive. The other thing you should be doing is setting constraints. You may say, look, all well and good investment staff, and I know that people are gung-ho about, for example, private equity, but we just don't feel comfortable allocating more than X% to private equity. And by the way, that X could be zero. You could say we just don't feel comfortable being in that asset class at all, right? And that is perfectly within your purview to do that. You set the constraints. That's not for the investment staff. It's not for Makita. They might, any of them might opine and say, well, you know, I think you're being a little bit overly restrictive here. You might want to rethink that. But it is your job in the end as trustees to set those constraints. The most important thing for you is to decide where you want to be on the efficient frontier, okay? Which of these curves do you want to hit the tangent points? Okay, that is purely a matter of preference. There's no right, there's no wrong. Do you want to be more risk averse or do you want to be less risk averse? That is entirely up to you. And so essentially the process should look something like Makita comes up with capital market assumptions. They get reviewed by the investment staff. They get reviewed by you as trustees. Everybody says, okay, we have a consensus. That's what we think it is. You supply constraints. Everybody agrees on those. You crank it out and outcome the optimal portfolios. The investment staff should try that with various levels of risk aversion or risk tolerance so that you as trustees can say, no, that one looks too risky. That one's a bit less risky. That one makes us feel comfortable, right? That is optimal for your utility function, you representing the ultimate obligor, which is the city here. So does all this really work? Does it apply? Well, the first question is, does this mean variance analysis actually apply in the real world? Well, there are a couple of ways that you can justify that. One is that returns, or more precisely log returns, have the normal bell-shaped distribution. If that's true, the only thing there is the mean and the variance. There is nothing else, right? If returns have that shape. Unfortunately, in the real world, they don't. We all know they don't. So there's one shortcoming right there. The other case would be if you really truly don't care about anything except mean and variance. But we know that isn't true either. Even if returns had that shape or some other shape, we know that we care about things like drawdown and skew, and we're kind of sensitive to sudden negative shocks. So in the real world, this doesn't exactly apply. So while this is a pretty good approach and it's a pretty good way of applying these powerful tools, you might want to think about other aspects of the portfolio that don't get encompassed by this whole approach of capital market assumption, constraints, mean variance optimization. So when you get the outputs, you might want to take them and say, if such and such happened, we could see a pretty bad negative shock. So somehow we probably should do something to tweak the inputs and re-optimize. One thing you might do is say, let's make ourselves a little bit more averse to risk than we did before. Let's try again. Let's see what new outputs we get, see if that makes us feel more comfortable, right? So that would be a way of doing that. Again, don't tinker with the outputs, tinker with the inputs and rerun the machine. But you've got to examine the outputs quite critically, because you may end up with portfolios that have characteristics that cannot be captured by this mean variance analysis. And the particular thing to watch out for is negative skew, the potential for higher left tails than you think. And we've all seen markets long enough to know that unexpected negative shocks are what we're really all worried about. It's very hard to model these distributions, right? Makita or any consultant will come up with capital market assumptions, but they are just predictions about the future. And they are very hard to model. The problem is that you will never know whether they were right. Even after the fact, you'll never know. This is not like tossing a coin and say, well, after I've tossed the coin 5,000 times, I'll have a pretty good idea whether the probability of heads that you gave me was right. Because unfortunately, these things change every year. It's like having somebody constantly changing the coin on you. You'll never know for any particular toss whether that forecast probability was correct. Right? It's even worse when you start getting to the tails. It's very hard to model the tails, right? Extremely hard. So if somebody says the probability of having returns worse than X percent is 5%, nobody has any idea. It's probably based on the assumption of nice, normal, bell-shaped curves, but those aren't true, right? And so nobody has any idea what the probability of left tail events is, right? No, believe me, nobody has the slightest clue, okay? So remember what Niels Bohr said, prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. Okay, that is very true. And even the middle of the distribution is hard enough. Trying to model left tail events, very rare events, almost impossible. So, we're just making, oops, sorry, going the wrong way here. So now I want to get into stuff that, the stuff that Tom was talking about. And this is the stuff that I started pushing for when I was towards the end of my tenure on the Police and Fire Board. So Tom indicated that the very first portfolio, the bedrock of anything, is the portfolio that is, for you, the riskless portfolio. Don't think of cash as your risky portfolio, because cash is risky in the context of having a known set of liabilities, right? The riskless portfolio for you would be a dedicated bond portfolio that exactly matches your liability stream. That's riskless and that's very nice, but the big question is, do you have enough money to be able to do that? And one of the problems is we have this tendency to define our funding ratio as take your liability stream, discount all those liabilities at the expected return on your asset portfolio, and then say, well, look at that ratio, is that 100% if it doesn't fully fund it? Right? But what that means is if you exactly hit your expected return target, you will have exactly enough money to meet your liabilities. Is that fully funded? I don't think so. Also, how can the present value of your liabilities really depend on the expected return of your assets? Right? It really should be independent of that. So in this case, if you were to say, well, I'm just going to get a dedicated bond portfolio, the expected return on those liabilities, on those assets is going to be much lower. And sure enough, when you discount your liabilities at that rate, you're going to get a much higher number. If you have enough money to fund that dedicated bond portfolio, congratulations, you are really fully funded. You are truly fully funded. You could put your money in that dedicated bond portfolio and you could all go home. You could fire the investment staff, you could fire your consultant, you could fire yourselves, you could just go home and let it all just spin out and pay down the liabilities. Hallelujah. You probably don't have enough money for that. So then you have to say, all right, well, so maybe we do need to take a bit of risk. The first portfolio that I suggested was the 60-40 portfolio. Why? Because it's such a well-known portfolio and people will constantly ask you, well, how did you do relative to 60-40? This evolved somewhere, I don't know, in the 1960s because it was something anybody could do. And I'm sure there was some study somewhere or whatever. So you probably should compare yourself to that. If you can't beat that, don't bother. The next step up, your simple passive portfolio. Simple, you include more than just stocks and bonds, but it's still simple, it's still passive, you still don't need an investment staff, okay? What the optimal mix of those assets is, now you'll need capital market assumptions for those asset classes. And you'll still need your consultant to get you those. You could move from that to a more complex quasi-passive portfolio. I say quasi-passive because it might involve things like private equity where there really is no passive portfolio or venture capital, right? But for things like stocks and bonds, you could still be investing in index funds and stuff like that. And then the most complex portfolio is the active portfolio, as Tom indicated, where you need an investment staff, you're managing active managers and so forth. But at every stage, you should be saying, can I justify the next one relative to the one before it? Do I really think it's going to do a better job? Ex ante, it always looks like it will. Your optimizer will always say, yeah, this one looks better because you're incorporating more and more assets with higher and higher expected returns. But you might say at some point, I'm not sure I really believe that capital market assumption about private equity. We just don't have a good feeling about private equity. We just don't think it's that good. So maybe we shouldn't go for this active portfolio. Maybe we should scale back and just go for the third bullet point, more complex, but still sort of quasi-passive. If you don't believe that that's going to outperform, go back to the simple passive portfolio and so on. But at every step of the way, and as Tom said, the good news is you can keep monitoring those even though you're not actually invested in them, and keep asking yourself as trustees, do I want to be at the bullet point that I'm at, or do I want to go to the next simplest one down? Always keep asking yourself that question again and again. Do we really think this is going to add more risk-adjusted expected return? So it's like liability-driven investing, which is what you're trying to do. But like Mark Twain said, it's like the weather. Everybody talks about it, but nobody does anything about it. So there are two ways you could do this. One is take a slice of your liability stream and just redenominate everything in units of that. Use it like a new currency. Don't think about your assets in dollars. Think about them in units of liability. So that's just called changing the numeraire. And that's one way you could do that. The other way you could do it is to say, no, I'm going to stick with dollars, but I'm going to consider that my portfolio consists of two pieces. I'm long an asset portfolio, and I'm short a liability portfolio, right? So I have something held long, something held short. Look at the total risk of that. Either way, you'll get to the same place. But think about this. Supposing we just consider denominating everything in liability unit currencies, right? And then you wake up one morning and you say, oh my God, interest rates have just spiked. And we have a large holding in bonds and the value of those has just plummeted. I'm in deep doo-doo now because, oh my God, our asset portfolio is worth so much less. Well, in cash, it's worth less, but in liability units, it hasn't really changed. Why? Because your liability currency relative to dollars just went down too. So in units of liability units, you haven't lost money at all. In fact, you may even have gained because you're probably holding some stocks, whereas your liability portfolio is all bonds. So when you think about it like that, you see that actually it matches your assets to your liabilities, and you don't get fooled by this notion of, oh, we're going to be so much worse off if interest rates spike because we have money in bonds. Okay, so that it alters your thinking when you start thinking about things in liability units, which is what's really at the heart of your portfolio. I want to end now with just the fallacy of the law of large numbers, which I see all over the place. This is so famous. Paul Samuelson wrote a paper about this in the 1960s, actually. So let me just give you an example. Suppose you said our portfolio has an expected return of 6%. Let's assume that's the true expected return. Yeah, we know that over a few years, the average could be quite different from 6%. That's a true statement. But over many, many years, some large number of years, the average return will get pretty close to 6%. Is that true? Sure, that's true too. So therefore, you say, our portfolio will be very close to 6% compound compounded out over T years. That is wrong. That is not true. And it's very hard for people to wrap their heads around that. Yes, the average return will get close to 6%. But remember, any slight deviation from 6% is going to get compounded out over many, many years. So imagine you're tossing a coin, a fair coin, probability of a head is half. Over 4 tosses, you could have a percentage of heads that's pretty different from 50%. You could very easily have 0 or 1 head, right? As you toss over more and more and more years, the percentage of heads is going to get pretty close to 50%. Right? Supposing you toss it 1 million times and your percentage of heads is 49.9%. That's really close to 50. But do you know how many heads short you are? You're short 1,000 heads. You're short 1,000 heads. Think of that as dollars that you now owe to your pension, to your retirees. So even a slight shortfall in your average return is going to compound out into a lot of dollars of shortfall by the time you go out over many years. And a lot of people miss the point of that. They think, well, as long as I get close to my expected return, surely it's going to be okay. And the answer is it may not. Just because when you compound out over the number of years it takes you to get close to the average, that shortfall is going to compound out and it's going to screw you. So you have to keep that in mind all the time. Getting pretty close to your average is not good enough. So that's where I'm going to end. And I think we said we won't take questions now because we need to give Makita time.
Great. Thank you. Chris Theodore is going to share his screen from Makita.
Okay, let me just stop sharing mine. There we go.
So thanks very much for accommodating time-wise. I really appreciate it. A client hired Makita back in April, and of course today is their first meeting with us, and they will be talking about their asset allocation, which, as we are discussing today, is a really important topic. So I apologize for needing to leave shortly. If it was any normal client meeting, I certainly would have obtained coverage from one of my colleagues. So here is Makita's presentation. Thanks very much for having us. I'm joined by my colleague, Chris Theodore, who you know, who works on our client team for your plan. And then also by Frank Benham. Frank is in our Boston office of Makita, and he's our firm's director of research. Frank is the primary architect of our asset allocation process and also our capital market assumptions process, and has been for over 2 decades for Makita. So he's going to very briefly review the process and our assumptions, and then we will turn it over to you all for questions. So if we take a look at page 2 of our presentation, I would say that the Federated plan has made asset allocation shifts probably more frequently than many institutions, and I think that was one of the driving factors for engaging Cortex and for revising the investment policy statement back in 2018 to have a process that hopefully can develop a more long-standing asset allocation that we can see through various market environments. And so the key changes to the investment policy statement most recently were that a formal asset allocation study should take place every 3 years. We do look at it annually to sort of confirm and might make some small changes, but the idea is to limit very large shifts to at least no more frequently than every few years, and also to use a portfolio construction engine. And as Jeremy Evnine mentioned, we want to focus on establishing the most reasonable and defensible inputs to the engine rather than simply sort of tinkering with the results. And the investment policy statement also includes 4 basic steps to the process, which are developing inputs, then doing the modeling and analysis, and making recommendations. So the board role in that, according to the investment policy statement, is helping to lay out the constraints around maximum permissible amounts or minimums to various asset classes, and also taking a look at how any portfolio that's selected could be implemented without the use of staff or consultants, so that we have a benchmark to compare it to. So I'll turn to Frank for a few minutes, and then after his comments, will also be available for questions.
Thank you, Laura, and good morning to everyone on the West Coast. Sound like there was a bit of an echo there, or is that
We
just
can
me?
hear you fine.
Fine. Fantastic. Okay. Then I'm going to keep my comments pretty short, and if there's anything that's of particular interest, hopefully you can ask them in the Q&A section afterwards. So starting on page 3 is the concept that is Mr. Evanine walked through. Capital markets expectations are the key inputs for mean variance optimization. Because of that, we spend quite a bit of time every year digging into them and preparing them. This is an exercise we've actually been going through for over 20 years. The models that we have used over those 20 years have certainly evolved, and I'll speak to one key aspect of that later on. But one thing I want to emphasize, and it's sort of the bottom bullet point on the page here, what we do is a combination of art and science. There's certainly a lot of modeling that goes on. At the end of the day, what we produce gets reviewed by our investment policy committee, and they have the ability to come in and say, look, this makes sense, but that isn't intuitive, and we should revisit that. And over time, a lot of that feedback has led to improvements in our models as we've gone forward. So I'm going to skip ahead 2 pages. The way we build our expectations is we have a long-term time frame where we're looking at 20 years, but we start with a 10-year forecast and then extend that out to 20 years. And the reason we do that is that we assume a few things that are common among asset classes and maybe some things that aren't. So on page 5 here, what you see are the key inputs we use for the major asset classes. And they tend to have very consistent themes, such as income, whether it's a dividend yield or a yield on a bond, some kind of growth component. So that growth might be tied to economic growth, GDP growth, earnings growth, et cetera. And then a third component, which is valuation. And that's maybe one key differentiator. When we started going through this exercise 20 some years ago, we used what was known as a risk premium approach. The idea was that you would start with a theoretically risk-free asset. So that could be cash, could be a 10-year treasury, something that you would consider risk-free. And then you would add some kind of risk premium over top of that for the riskiness of a given asset class. So if you're going from treasury bonds to corporate bonds, there's a small risk premium you would add for that additional credit risk. If you're then going to high yield corporate bonds, they have more default risk, that's a higher premium, and equities would be an even higher premium still. And over long-term periods, this is kind of borne out, but what it tends to miss out is when there are dislocations in the marketplace. So as I mentioned, 20 years ago, well, 20 years ago was, the peak of the dot-com bubble. So stocks looked pretty darn expensive in 2000. And so if you've actually balanced out for some kind of valuation effect, then that would have led you to a better result in making assumptions. And that's what we do. We essentially assume that over the first 10 years of our forecast, you have some kind of mean reversion in pricing for things that are things like equity, where you have a historical PE ratio, things like real estate, where you might have a cap rate, et cetera. If you flip ahead to page 6, one thing I want to mention is that certain components of our models are very highly predictive, and some are less so, but they can still be helpful in building the models. The example on the top left of the page here, what we're showing on the vertical axis is the yield for bonds, for the bond market at the beginning of the period, and then what the subsequent return was over the next 10 years. And what it shows you is that essentially the yield, the starting yield for bonds, is a very, very good predictor for the actual return you got over the subsequent 10 years. If you look at other asset classes, you'll see, for example, on the top right here, cash can be a decent predictor what that starting yield is, but interest rates move around so much and so rapidly that it may not be spot on. And in fact, looking back over the last 20 years, one of the asset classes where we've been the furthest from our prediction was cash, because of how much interest rates have come down over that 20-year period. Then looking at, say, the bottom right here, something like the PE ratio for equities. In this case, we're looking at the cyclically adjusted PE ratio. It looks for 10 years worth of earnings and also inflation adjust those earnings, is a pretty good predictor of returns for equities. And the bottom line takeaway is that, what I was trying to point out earlier, when stocks are expensive, you tend to get lower returns. When stocks are cheap, you tend to get higher returns. But that's certainly not the case all the time, and not even over a 10-year time frame, which is a fairly long time horizon. I'll jump ahead to page 9, just noting when we go from that 10-year forecast to 20-year forecast is where we try to put into place some consistency with capital markets theory, with finance theory, where we're looking at, here you kind of go back to that risk premium approach of we expect high yield bonds to return better than high quality bonds over that next 10-year period, and where we expect equities to do even better still. So we're essentially assuming that all the valuation component gets evened out in the first 10 years, and then after that, you're getting something that's pretty consistent with history. One other note I want to make is on page 10. And that is, the other components, obviously expected return is one that's most sensitive, but also one that most people have a lot of feedback on. But the other components are volatility and correlation, so the covariance matrix. And we try to be conservative in our assumptions here. We tend to look at history as our guide, and we try to make the historical period long enough to encompass a full market cycle. So we'd up until a year or two ago, we'd really look just at the trailing 10 years for volatility and correlations. But then we kind of ran off from the global financial crisis. So we extended it to include 15 years, because 10 years of a very low volatility environment didn't really encapsulate what could happen over a long-term time frame, such as a 20-year time frame. The other thing is we make adjustments for anything that might be smoothed in nature. For example, private market pricing for private equity, real estate. You might see some artificial dampening of volatility and artificial lowering of correlations, even though in reality, these tend to be riskier assets. So we make assumptions that adjust for the smoothing of these. At the end of the day, the summary on page 11, it is a combination of art and science. We spend a lot of time, and I'm very proud of the models that we've built, but we acknowledge that it's not a perfect process. And to Mr. Evanine's point, what you put into it definitely affects what you get out of that.
Thanks, Frank. And the next asset allocation study process, it happens each year. Frank's team typically finalizes our expectations in late January or February. And then at the following investment committee meeting is when we start reviewing it with the investment committee and eventually the board. So we are happy to take any questions.
Maybe the shortest presentation is the best presentation.
Nothing for me.
So if there are no other comments or questions, I think we agreed we'd have a break after the presentations. Is that still? But I believe Laura has to leave. So if there are any questions for Laura, this would be the time. Laura, if no board member has questions, maybe you could comment on how the asset allocation process was a little different prior to the changes that were made versus today. Maybe just highlight the differences again.
Sure. So the asset allocation process, I think in the past, which, I would view as less efficient, involved, us coming with a variety of asset allocations and individual board members, perhaps saying, in my personal portfolio, I have, X amount in equities. Why don't we raise it by 2%? Well, why don't we consider, somebody else saying, I don't like commodities. They've done poorly recently. Why don't we just cut them out? And so then us going back to the drawing board and making, very small tweaks that didn't necessarily affect the outcome in terms of changing the expected return or the standard deviation. And I think, you know, in some cases there wasn't a possibility of allowing an asset allocation to sort of be seen through. You know, if we had a very strong market environment, the trustees might have been committed to a conservative asset allocation, and then when it didn't perform well in an up market, you know, tweaking it, then perhaps we might have a down quarter. So there were a lot of changes, and perhaps small changes that didn't affect the outcome, but took up the board's time, and that sort of thing. And so I do think that this current process that, you know, thank you all, everyone who's a current board member and staff member has led to, is a more efficient process now.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions from board members?
This is Trustee José. I'm curious, as we talk about the compounding of when we have less than optimal returns, how do we track those? Do we look at how that impacts basically the returns and what is needed, or if we can make up for that?
Trustee Jennings, I apologize. I have to hop off, but Frank and Chris Theodore are available to take that question.
Sure. And looking at the expected rate of return, you know, oftentimes an actuary, you know, will come up with the exact target number, and yearly an actuary does review these results with the pension plan. That kind of gives that target bogey that is needed for, you know, an extended time period. So if you do see deficient returns, you know, under that target bogey, that would obviously affect that number going forward and usually skew it higher or lower.
Can I just jump in here? Let me just point out that if you fail to meet your expected return in any given year, then that has to get made up somehow. And one approach would be to say, well, okay, I expect to underperform sometimes and outperform sometimes. What I mostly care about is the average. Although, as we know, if you underperform, you have to make up more than that to get back to where you started. But if you said, well, okay, you know, I underperformed a bit this year, maybe I'll outperform next year, I still think on average over the next 10 years, I'm going to make 6% or whatever your number is. Then you could say, well, I don't need to do anything. I'll just wait for next year and just keep tossing the coin. And on average, I should come out okay. But you may take that as a signal to, because there is serial correlation returns, you may use that as an input to adjust your expected returns for next year. And say, oh, I think, you know, the market dropped this year. I think I'm probably likely to make even more next year. Or you might say, you know what, I think this is going to carry on for a while. And if you don't make it up, remember, the taxpayers will have to make it up for you, which they never like.
Sure, I think that's a very valid, great point, Jeremy. Frank and his team actually did do a study on the impact of strong returns early on in an investment period and how that could help a plan, you know, which definitely speaks to your point as well. So I do think we're on the same wavelength.
Any more questions regarding either presentation?
If I may ask a question, first of all, I want to thank all three advisors, Cortex, Mr. Avnine, and Makita for the presentation. And taking off from that Cortex outlined in that the tenure of our board is relatively short compared to for-profit boards. I don't know if Makita has insight into this, or maybe Mr. Avnine does. A question I am often asked by members of the public who are aware of my trusteeship. Two questions that come up often is, how is it that we got into such a deep pool with a 50% funded ratio? And secondly, how is it our funded ratio turned out so differently than police and fire? Because it seems like from what Makita just presented, there was a lot of tweaking of the asset allocation in the past, but it did not necessarily amount to much in terms of the overall returns. If I understood it correctly.
Well, it's hard for me to speak to the difference between the two plans, but I mean, generally, there is a tendency for people to be overly optimistic about their expected return assumptions. You know, people don't like to face up to bad news. They don't want to have to go back to taxpayers, tell the city that we need more money. They don't want to raise contribution rates, and all kinds of political pressures that make people skew towards slightly, not ridiculously optimistic, but slightly optimistic forecasts. And if you do that, and that goes on for long enough, then like the example that I gave, you can end up in a much deeper hole. So, but there was also a number of years ago, certainly before Prabhu's time, and actually going way back before my time, there were a couple of fairly disastrous decisions that were made following the financial crisis of '08, which kind of dug a very deep hole very quickly. And I think both plans have been trying to climb out of that ever since.
So let me jump in on this one. That's a very good question, Spencer. And in fact, I need to reach out to Chiron because we're going to kick off Chiron's presentations with both boards, either at your October or November meeting to kick off the annual evaluation. But I think one of the main reasons, part of it is a little bit of returns. I think that over time, over the last 10, 20 years, and Prabhu may speak about this a little later, this is preceded Prabhu and I, there might be some slight difference on returns because there were some, I think to some extent, some years that were missed by, I think it's Federated, but Prabhu will correct me if I'm mistaken, on vintage years for private equity. But that aside, I think one of the main reasons, Spencer, is you may recall that on the annual basis, the plan sponsor make monthly annual payments to the plan for contributions. Back in 2008, when we were towards the end of the financial downturn, the Federated Board reset the amortization for that payment to 30 years. One of the challenges of many public pension plans, Spencer, is that before that, the 30-year amortization term was actually a rolling 30 years, meaning that every year it was 30 years, right? So when they then decided to do a close-ended 30-year, that meant that starting in 2008 and ending in 2038, that would be the term for the 30 years. However, it is also a well-known fact that when you start a 30-year amortization, when you start making your payments, it's not even enough to cover the interest associated with unfunded liability. It's like you're making payments on your mortgage, but you're not even covering your total interest due. So the main reason for the difference between police and fire and Federated, and I have to be honest, I don't know where they started in terms of the funding ratio at that point, is that while the plan sponsor was making payments for police and fire every year, their amortization schedule was such that it was covering not only the principal was covering the total interest payment due, but also was decreasing the principal amount. All right. Again, this is assuming that there were enough earnings to cover the assumed rate of return. Unlike Federated, for 7 straight years, actually 8 years, the payments by the plan sponsor were not enough even to cover the interest due. So what that means is that even in any given year where there was a return that was higher than the assumed real return, and by the way, that was not the case in every year, the payment was not even enough to cover the total amount due. So So even in those years, the funding ratio will go down. So let me take you back to when I joined the plans in 2013. I believe at that time, the funding ratio for police and fire was in the high 70s, and the Federated was also in the low 60s. So there was already a difference. While police and fire funding ratio was not going down because they were paying enough to cover both payments, Federated, again, was not even covered enough to pay the unfunded interest due. So that was decreasing the funding ratio. Um, the second issue as well is that, as you know, we have made the statement that both of these boards sort of have been in the forefront in the public arena of decreasing the assumed rate of return. Back in the last decade, towards the end of 2008 and 9, many systems were still about 8.5% assumed rate of return. The other significant difference here is that when both boards started their way down on the assumed rate of return, police and fire was already at 8%, and Federated was at 8.25%. What that means is that Federated had a little more amount to cover going down that route, right? Going down in the assumed rate of return. And another comment that I usually make when we talk about the actual evaluation is that for every 25 basis points that the assumed rate of return goes down, assuming everything else equal, it increases the unfunded liability for about, I think it's a little more than $150 million alone for Federated, and around $140 million or 135 for police and fire. Don't quote me on those numbers. Those numbers have changed a little bit over time. But that's a second reason why, since Federated had a longer spread to go down to what we are today, when they started going down that route, the impact of decreasing the assumed rate of return had a larger impact on the funding ratio than police and fire. So I think those two issues are possibly the main reasons for the difference, and why today police and fire is still in the mid to low 70s, and Federated went from the low 60s to about 50%. Aside from a small difference on returns, although I have to say that over 10, 20 years, because of compounding, having a difference between 8 and 8.5, it's not, it could be substantial over time, right? So I think those are the main reasons why we have the difference in funding ratio between Federated and police and fire.
Can I add up some information to that? I wonder that's something people may not know if they haven't been with the city for a long time. As a result of the 2008 financial crisis, the city made a major personnel changes. At that time, the city's mayor is Chuck Reed. He actually dramatically cut the city staff, especially on the Federated side. I wonder if when you cut the staff, the contribution to the active contribution to the retirement system will be dramatically decreased. I wonder if that was the main reason for the board at that time to increase the amortization periods and then delay the reduction of assumed rate of return just to help up with the city for contribution. If you look at the contribution from historical standpoint of view, per active staff contribution by the city, between the variance between Federated and police fire must be pretty big. That's my assumption. I wasn't with the city, but that's a story I heard over the time. I know the city staff not only being cut, and then the remaining city staff also endured up to 20% pay reduction at that time. But I don't think that kind of a reduction was applied to the Federated, but I could be wrong.
Staff took a 10% reduction. Also during that time, there was a lot of people retiring. They retired. But I think Trustee Sun has a point. Roberto, with the reductions, do you see that impacted because there was less money going in?
It's hard to say. That's a question for Chiron. I suspect that it may have some impact, but I don't think it would have been substantial, to be quite honest with you. I think that the main reasons, again, have to do with the amortization schedule going from a 30-year rollover to a 30-year fix. I mean, the board could have very easily, and again, I wasn't there then, but they could have very easily decided we're not going to start at 30, we're going to start at something lower than that, but they chose 30. And I can't really speak to the rationale behind that, but that's a big one. And then clearly, all these changes and people retiring certainly had an impact, but I don't think that would have been substantial. I could be mistaken, but I don't think it would have been substantial. So, but what I will do, Spencer, because it's a fair question, not only for the stakeholders in general that you hear asking, but given the turnover at the board and having so many new members at the board, I will make sure that I'll ask Chiron when they come to speak to the board to have a few slides on that kind of history, so that we can sort of all start from the same place and understand how we got to where we are today.
Can I ask one more question, Roberto? Federated did the 30-year fixed on the, I guess, losses. What was police and fire? I didn't hear that.
It was less. I think that they started that trend earlier, and they were already closer to 25 or something like that. I don't have the specifics right now, but I can tell you both of the boards since then have taken strides to really be more aggressive on having a lower average on the amortization. And so I believe if you look at the average of that because you also have 20-year on gain and losses, or 20 years on assumption changes. When you combine all the different areas of the amortization, I think police and fire is still considerably lower than Federated in the teens, closer to 10, 13 years. I think Federated is more than that. But again, I think those are issues that I will make sure that Chiron cover in the introduction, so that we have a pretty good idea where to start discussions for the coming evaluation.
Thank you.
So if I can just add something to address Trustee Horowitz's question. So Roberta is exactly right that one of the reasons why there's a difference between the two plans is that if you go back and look and do an attribution analysis, we did lose out on the Federated side. Excuse me, a number of key vintage years for private equity and private markets. And so the board had decided to make an allocation to private markets, then the board decided to pull back on private markets, and then the board decided to go back into private markets, which I think your police and fire board, your sister board, was a little bit more disciplined about sticking to one strategy. And so that cost the Federated plan some. The Federated plan also had a huge allocation to hedge funds, and this goes back several years. And the police and fire board actually resisted that recommendation, and they did have exposure to hedge funds, but it was a lot smaller. And of course, between 2010 and 2020, as equity beta was really paid off, that exposure to hedge funds actually cost the Federated plan. And I think our governance was not as good as it is right now. And I think we have lots of checks and balances now. I think there's a lot more discipline in the process. So I don't expect to see those differences, going forward. Of course, the other thing to keep in mind is that, and this affects both plans, 2008, 2009 was a disaster in the markets. So both plans reduced their equity beta, and which was, in hindsight, the wrong thing to do. But hindsight's 2020 always. But more importantly, I think it's important to understand that we focus a lot on the assets. right? When we talk about our funding ratio, it's important to understand that we cannot really invest our way out of this problem, right? And there's really three things that impact funding ratio, which actually have a bigger impact than the assets. One is obligation. We have no control over the obligations that are promised. Two, near zero interest rates. Again, we have very little influence over those interest rates. And third is increased longevity. So these are important things that affect funded ratio. And we should keep in mind when we talk about funded status and the asset side of it, we should keep in mind that liabilities actually play a bigger role in our funded status.
Prabhu, thank you much for those comments. I do wanted to correct myself. Um, I heard from one of the former trustees from Federated. I mentioned 2008, but they changed and they going to the 30-year closed-ended amortization study in 2009. And I think as suggested by some of the trustees this morning, obviously it was a huge impact to the plan sponsor. So that's why they started with 30 years in 2009. So then one last comment, which after so many years of doing annual evaluations may be hard to believe, but back then, before that, valuations were actually performed on a biannual basis. So they were not annually performed, they were actually performed every 2 years. And you know, that also have some implications, right, in making the actuarial decisions. And lastly, I think to comments by Prabhu, I think one of the reasons that impacted that decision by Federated on the private equity had to do with the fact that, and this again preceded Prabhu and I, is that for some time, and you have probably, some of you that have been at the board for a longer time have heard this, we had an investment staff and many of them, they left, you know, back in 2000, and on that time, they really had a staff, and then it became a very small group. And so that may have an impact on the board, since they probably didn't feel that there was enough staff to be able to implement their decisions. So again, those are just comments in general. I obviously, Prabhu and I were not at the boards at that time, but I think these are fair questions to ask. And you know, as Trustee Horowitz indicated, he gets questions from the public, which are, you know, part of our stakeholders. So I think it's important that to the extent that we can, whether it's from an investment standpoint or an actuarial standpoint in general, next time we come before the board, that we provide some history, some background, so that we all start sort of from the same basic footing going forward. So that, you know, I think it gives you a better perspective for you to make decisions going forward. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for answering so comprehensively. And certainly as a potential strategic issue might be ways to improve our capturing of institutional memory, so that going forward, as the boards continue to change and staff changes, these things aren't lost in the midst of time. And, you know, we can look back at the reasons and the rationales for decisions that have been made in the past.
Great. Thank you, Spencer. Any other questions before we take a break or comments? Sounds good. Mr. Chair, should we go with a 10-minute break? Would that be?
Yeah, let's, I'm balancing adequate break with momentum. How about come back at 10:35, 9 minutes.
Great. Okay, everybody back in 9 minutes.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to drop off.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks for
Thank you,
your
Jeremy.
Very much.
Take
Thank
care.
you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
want to thank Jeremy and Nikita for their presentation. That was very helpful. And I mentioned we did a bit of a detour there. We think logically we would have started when talking about the Federated Board strategy, we would have started with the mission statement, but we wanted to take advantage of Laura's availability and timing to make sure she could participate in the investment portion of the strategy. But now we'd like to circle back to the mission statement. And this is part of that classical sort of element of strategic planning. I don't think this conversation should take too long. We weren't planning on spending too much time on it, but we made the point earlier that a mission statement really is a brief description of the fundamental business that we're in. The products and services, at a minimum, the products and services that we offer, the marketplace we serve, the clients and stakeholders we're focused on. You could include other issues, but those tend to be at least the core elements of the mission statement. And we indicated that, unfortunately or fortunately, a retirement board doesn't have much discretion over the business it's in. It's really handed to the board by the stakeholders, by the plan sponsor, who codify it in the governing legislation. The mission statement is just a convenient way for the board, the organization, to capture that and communicate it internally and externally, rather than having to read the governing statute. I mean, it'll never provide the level of detail, obviously, that the statute will, but for communication purposes and for focus, it can be a very helpful tool. And we provided some background reading, an article that kind of wasn't quite on strategic planning, but I thought it touched on some of the issues. I think it highlighted the importance and the potential value of having a clear mission statement, and good HR practices, which we're going to touch on later as well. So moving along with the mission statement, I thought it might be helpful to share sample mission statements from some of your peers. I focused on California, largely California, or at least, and then Texas. But I think you could go across the country, and frankly, you could go across the continent and look at public sector mission statements and find that they're reasonably comparable. So I've concluded or included CalPERS, which is probably the shortest, deliver retirement and healthcare benefits to members and their beneficiaries. The Texas Teachers Retirement System, which is always a highly regarded system. I won't read all of these. San Francisco Employee Retirement System is sort of a neighbor of yours and somewhat similar, although they combine the safety and the general employees into a single system. But you can read their mission statement there. And then your sister fund, San Jose Police and Fire, which is to ensure prompt delivery of services and benefits to our members, and to collect, invest, and expend system assets in a prudent, fair, and timely manner. And I think if you look at these, you may disagree, but I think you'll find they're fairly similar. And we would expect that. I think it's by virtue of the fact that these systems are fundamentally in the same business. And you'd expect the mission statement to look similar, therefore look similar. And it's not some sort of signal of lack of creativity or lack of strategic insight. I think it is what it is. And I think there's value in sort of accepting that and realizing that and we can only take our mission statement so far. As long as it captures what we fundamentally do, it's doing its job as a mission statement, by and large. Are there any comments on any of these? Does anybody see anything in these statements or other statements that you've come across that you want to highlight?
I'm just curious. San Jose, so police and fire have a mission statement, but Federated does not. I mean, that seems a bit odd.
That's correct, but the Roberto, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe you want to answer the question.
Yes. Yeah, they do. They do have a mission statement. We do have from a service standpoint, when we work with the city budget office, sort of like a statement of the office. But again, that work also preceded me, so I'm not sure how that statement came about. But suffice to say, San Jose Police and Fire took this review a couple of years ago and came out with it. with the statement that you see here in front of you, and Federated had not had a chance to do that. And I always envisioned having a strategic planning meeting with the Federated board. It took a little longer than anticipated as we tried to tackle some investment related issues the last couple of years. And so you're right. Bottom line is they do have one. The board of Federated has not agreed to one, and that's exactly what we are trying to do this morning.
And Roberto, correct me if I'm wrong, but up until a couple of years ago, police and fire didn't have a mission statement either. Is that correct?
That's correct. They just did this a couple of years ago.
Roberto, did I hear correct? Police and fire adopted the mission statement from the budget document?
No, I'm just not. Yeah, if I suggested that, I'm mistaken. All I'm saying is that as part of our budget documents, we do have some write-up that sort of solidifies what the mission of the office is, but I'm not sure how that statement came about, whether it was just put together by staff, whether it was ever shared with the boards or not. Separately from that, again, 2 or 3 years ago, police and fire decided to come up with their own statement, and which you see here in front of you. But I think the bottom line here is, as Tom has indicated, it is very similar to what you will see in our budget documents, because by and large, the missions of all these public plans are sort of stated in governing documents, right? And so you could have some words around what you're trying to accomplish, but we're all here for the same purpose.
So what we wanted to do today was, as Roberto said, try to maybe fill that gap in the sense that Federated hasn't had an opportunity to discuss or adopt a mission statement. And again, PNF only did so a year or two ago. Based on what we've discussed so far, if we were to have a mission statement, we thought there'd be at a minimum some key elements you'd expect to see in it. One would be the services, the clients, and the geographic market. When we think about services, really, it's pretty simple. You administer defined benefit pension benefits and healthcare benefits. Those are the administrative services you provide. You invest the pension trust and the healthcare trust assets. And not all of your peers do that. That is a bit of a difference. Not all pension plans deal with the healthcare administration or the healthcare assets. So your business is slightly different than some of your peers in that regard. And that's laid out again in the governing documents. You deliver all of those services in a manner that ensures timely, accurate, and cost-effective delivery of service. And also unique to you and to public funds generally, you do this in a fiduciary capacity. You are fiduciaries, you're subject to higher fiduciary standards than most types of organizations, including even corporate. So that's what those are the services you offer and the standard, the very broad standard you must meet. The second element are your clients, and it's really your members and beneficiaries of the plans of the San Jose Federated Retirement Plan. You don't have any other clients other than that, direct clients. Again, not all of your peers are exactly the same. Some peers serve multiple employers, multiple plans, et cetera. You're very focused. And your geographic market, likewise, is very focused. You only serve the city of San Jose and the members of the city federated plan. So again, pretty narrow. So if we were to focus on those three core elements, discussing this with staff, we thought it might be helpful to provide a starting point for discussion. And we thought the PNF mission statement was a reasonable starting point. This board, there's absolutely no reason why Federated has to adopt the exact identical statement that PNF has adopted. We think in essence, whatever you adopt will be quite similar to PNF, just as it will be quite similar to other peers. But we thought this was a reasonable starting point, and we've put this for you just for some general feedback. We don't need to adopt this today, but we thought we'd put this out there for some reactions, some ideas. We've changed a couple of words we eliminated the word fair and from the P&F document and added the word accurate because we thought accurate was a critical element of the delivering on the pension promise. So making sure that whatever benefit checks you issue are in fact accurate, that we thought that was worthwhile adding. So we wanted to just open that up for general comments and direction. Are there any concepts or elements that the board would like to see explored further? We don't want to necessarily wordsmith today, but if the board wants to give us some very broad feedback, additional ideas to consider incorporating, and then this statement could come back for adoption at some point in the near future. Or if you believe we're completely off and you want to have a very different sort of mission statement, you can certainly have that discussion as well. But any comments, any reactions?
My input is I like the idea of being similar to police and fire because we're providing the same services to city staff. I mean, one's police and fire, one's federated. And we should be overall providing the same mission. I mean, as I said, one's police and fire, one's federated. I mean, we all work for the city of San Jose. We're all retiring from the city of San Jose. The only difference, in my opinion, is police and fire have a different payout, in essence, of what they can get. I don't see why they shouldn't be the same or close to the same. But that's.
Thank you, Julie. Can I just interrupt for 1 second? I think somebody has, if somebody could mute there seems to be some, I'm not sure if you're all hearing that, but there seems to be something going on in the background. So if you're not speaking, if you could mute your
Maybe
screen.
Linda can take care of that for us, or Roberto. Just mute everybody who's not talking.
Julie, I'm sorry if I interrupted it. Great. Any other comments or input or suggestions?
I have a couple comments. This
Please.
is Trustee Sun.
Please go ahead.
So I'm looking at Joe's statement here. Isn't prompt almost similar at the same time as redundant? And then we also, not just to our members, we also have benefit our members and the beneficiaries. I also like the fact that in the previous slides you're talking about the cost-effective manner. I think we should deliver all our service to our members and the beneficiary in a cost-effective manner, not in addition to accurate and timely, whatever. So I think a prudent collecting method and then expanded system methods are fine. And if we can expand, I think we should adhere to the most up-to-date prudent expert rule in our asset management. So that's my comments.
Great, thank you. Can I just repeat, just so I make sure I understood that? So you suggested that prompt and timely are very similar and maybe redundant. We could consider removing one of those. You'd like to add the beneficiaries into the statement, incorporate them as a client as well, and to incorporate the concept of cost effectiveness into the statement. And I think you mentioned expand on the notion of prudence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Any other comments or suggestions?
Tom, I don't want to cut anyone else off, but just my reactions as I'm reading the peer mission statements and this one here too. I mean, I think one of the attributes of a good mission statement is people can repeat it. They can they remember it. They can repeat it easily. And I know one thing that we've talked at least casually about in a number of our prior meetings is just the notion of we're here to provide accurate pension checks on time. And that just resonates for me, really well. it doesn't account for that in itself doesn't necessarily account for the health benefits. It doesn't address Trustee Sun's comment about efficiency, and I don't object to any of that. But that accurate time pension checks on time is yeah, that one sticks with me, and I think it's just so easy to remember too. So I don't know if there's any way to draw that out. The other thing that that doesn't show up in many of these, in my mind, is the notion that we want to be able to do the timely, accurate pension checks over a period of time. So yes, we want to do that this month. We want to do it this year, and we also want to look after the fund in a way that allows us to do that for the entire lifetime of every retiree, now and future. So I don't want to wordsmith, but I hope that's enough reaction for you to capture my concerns. And I guess just my part, I do want to hear what other trustees have to say. But those are some reactions that I have to what I've seen.
That's helpful. That's what we're looking for, some general direction, and we can go. We don't want to wordsmith today, but that's very helpful.
Thank you.
I think the lifetime is very important. When I talk to retirees, that's their concern. They want to know that what they're getting is for their lifetime, as they were promised.
Great, thank you. Others?
Yeah, Tom, do you mind if I jump in? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I guess I have two thoughts. The first thought is I'd like to defer to Jay and Julie and Chin Yu. I think they have a better understanding from the perspective of having been or being currently employees, and having a better sense of how other employees view the mission and what they expect from ORS. My second comment is, and by the way, just as a corollary to the first comment, I do like Julie's point that we should try to be as similar to police and fire as possible. My second point is I wouldn't spend a disproportionate amount of time trying to wordsmith this into Shakespeare. I think mission statements, personally, I'm one of 7 people, think they're of limited importance. I think you want to get them good enough, but they don't need to be perfect. So that's my vote for saying we spend our time more efficiently elsewhere. And what I think you have here is just a really good base already.
Great. No, I appreciate that. I mean, we hopefully did not want to spend too much time on this, but appreciate the feedback. Any other final suggestions?
If I could echo that one point that Trustee Jennings and Vice Chair Chandra both made, keeping the mission statements very similar to police and fire would be great, because we do share the same staff. We can't have some mission statement just so dramatically different that staff is going in 2 different directions. Their efforts should be fairly aligned.
Great.
That's an excellent point.
Good. Okay, great. Unless there are other comments, can I assume that the board would be comfortable with staff, and I can certainly work with staff to incorporate the feedback you've given us, which of course I think has been very helpful, and we'll come back to you very soon with a somewhat modified and I think slightly expanded mission statement. Is that appropriate?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. So that's the mission. Now let's return back to strategy. Now we talked about the investment organizational strategy, or strategic positioning, and hopefully the education was the background education was helpful, because a lot of work was done in the last, within the last 2 years to articulate, identify different strategic positioning for the investment program, and then the board made a conscious decision to choose one of them for each dimension. But when it comes to the asset allocation policy, to continue monitoring the other alternatives that were not chosen. And I think the suggestion was made, I think it's a good one, that from a governance point of view, we should think about somehow creating a mechanism that critical institutional memory of this nature be easily picked up by new board members over time, so that this sort of decision process we don't have to start from zero and just build on the work of prior boards, and everyone will have the context. But that was the investment program. I'd like to sort of apply the same technique or the same approach to other aspects of the organization, the non-investment aspects. And as I said earlier, the investment program really lends itself well to creating a diagram and spectrum and identifying very discrete different positions. It's a little trickier, it's quite a bit trickier with the non-investment areas, but nevertheless, we've created a few frameworks for the board to consider. They're not perfect. There's no way to get the ideal labels in place, but I think the purpose of these frameworks is to generate some discussion and help the board articulate its strategic vision for each of these areas. And we can certainly, and we welcome any thoughts on how to define these things differently. But yeah,
Tom, could I please interrupt you?
Sure.
The point that the question that Trustee Horowitz asked was not just about the investments, but it was about the funded status. And I don't think that we're not planning on getting into that in detail in this agenda. So, but I wanted to be sure we captured that as a bin item. Because I know it's come up for me when I was, I've only been on for a couple of years here, but the genesis of the current funded status and then next steps, I know we have a process with actuary, we're dealing with that in the long run, but being able to tell us the story around that, I think that's going to continue to come up. And then, as you mentioned, especially as there's trustee turnover in the future. So I think it's a good, outstanding action item. I just want to be sure we capture that as an outstanding item as a result of today's conversation, though we can go away from it for the purpose of this agenda.
So Tom, let me interrupt. I'm sorry. Jay, a very good question. And I did take some notes. So two things. I already reached out to Bill Hallmark so that he can address that issue when he kick off discussions, whether it's in October or November with you, board, on the actual evaluation process. And I think the other thing is, I'm not sure if it's going to come up across in this today in a strategic, but one of the things that we're looking to do, and we're probably going to get there very soon on member service, is to establish a dashboard for Federated that we can include with your board meetings on a quarterly basis. And this is information, that kind of information, providing that kind of background could be included as part of the dashboard if it's something that your board wants to really have it available often. So I certainly reach out to Bill, and he will be addressing that issue when he kick off the process.
I like the idea of a dashboard. I think that's,
I'm not. Does that work to do a quarterly? Because the funded status is not going to change. Is only going to change with each annual actuarial evaluation.
You're correct. The concept of the dashboard is not just about actuarial. It's about all the kind of data that is going to come up further down in the discussion to keep you apprised. We certainly do not have to include in the dashboard any actuarial information quarterly, because you're right, it's stagnant, right? I mean, once the decision is made, stay like that for the following year. That's a fair point. So this could be worked out any way your board elects to do so. But I would think on a quarterly basis, at least, not only to keep you apprised of any kind of data information that we want to provide you, but as questions come up, right, you can refer members, hey, look at the dashboard, it's there on a quarterly basis, and you have some information on that quarterly. So my intention was not to suggest that the dashboard would just be actual information related. It encompasses more than just that.
Thank you very much, Roberto. I appreciate that. Just an idea popped in my head too, is possibly an appendix in the valuation report that that's a chronology of the funded status, and maybe a column side by side that says things that contributed to that, and maybe in terms of the future we can reference our work plan or something like that. But just something that popped in my head. Thank you very much. I appreciate your planning for that.
Very well.
Great, thanks, Roberto. So as I said, the investments lends itself well to this sort of framework, but we want to try to apply the same framework to the same approach to other aspects of the organization. I thought we'd begin with member service. And this, again, ties in with the feedback we got from the board self-evaluation. And in fact, things I've observed working with many other boards, that many boards, if not most boards, sort of struggle with the member service side as to how do you oversee this. And many express the same views that you all did, that it's a little hard to really understand what we should be doing. How do we oversee this? What is the role of the board in this area? And what does it mean to be strategic in the context of member services? And again, I think strategy is all about identifying significant strategic choices for how you approach or position the organization. When it comes to member service, we identified three broad approaches or choices one could have. And of course, there are more, but for discussion purposes, we thought this was one way to look at it. And starting with the far left, we called it simply the passive approach. This is where, as an organization, when it comes to member service, it's very passive. You wait for member feedback. You really simply do the minimum that you're required to do legally to administer the plan. You really don't consciously or proactively gather any data on service activities, activity levels, or service quality. There's really no internal reporting going on. There are no benchmarks, no objectives, et cetera. And there's no real commitment, formal or informal, to improving services. We're just going to do what we legally have to do, which is the minimum, and deliver the checks. But beyond that, we haven't made any formal commitment to go beyond that. Then you can move to the right one step to a slightly different vision or position, that we want the organization to be. We're going to be very activity focused. We're going to react to member feedback, but we're really looking at activities. We count how much activity we do, how many phone calls we answer, how many people we see, et cetera. We have some metrics, perhaps, not many, on activity, and we track those. We don't seek any sort of statistical validity on these things. We have limited reporting on activities, both at the staff level and to the board. And there may be some sort of informal commitment to improving service and activities, but certainly nothing formal, nothing really written down.
Oh, Tom, you're on mute now.
We can't hear you, Tom.
Yeah, there's a break in connection, and then you went on mute.
Okay, I'm back. Everybody else was okay. So let me pull up the presentation again. Okay. And then there was another position, the far right, which we called the service quality focus. And in this position, you position the organization to be very proactive. You're focused not on simply activity levels, but you're more focused on quality, service quality. Are we meeting agreed upon standards of activity? Are our members satisfied? Are we creating value for our members, et cetera? So a very different focus. We've identified metrics and benchmarks to do that. We have, fairly sophisticated, disciplined, and objective measurement of service and activities relative to those benchmarks. And we provide reporting both at the staff level and to the board. Where possible, we try to achieve statistical validity, meaning we do sampling, et cetera. We try to understand what member needs are, and we try to make sure our services are meeting those needs. And there's very much a formal commitment to service. It's not informal, it's written down, it's been discussed, and there's a clear commitment to not just being busy and having a lot of activity and reacting, but to actually creating value, to creating service quality. So those are sort of three potential ways to position yourself along the spectrum of member service. Of course, there are others. We could define these things differently, but this was one way we thought would be helpful to have a discussion. And I found that very seldom does the board or the organization generally have this sort of discussion. We usually immediately dive into very specific tactics or ideas or suggestions on how to change how we deliver service, but we don't have this initial high-level discussion first. So I wanted to turn this over to Roberto to build on this and present from staff's point of view two issues. Where does staff feel we are currently, what's the current positioning of the organization along this spectrum? And where does staff feel is the desired position along the spectrum from staff's point of view? And then we'll ask the board to weigh in as well. So Roberto, can I turn it over to you?
Yes, thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. And again, thank you for your work today. This is, I think, excellent work. And thank you to the board for staying focused and pushing for a retreat that was, needed for some time now. So I'm just going to make some introductory remarks and then turn this over to our Chief Operating Officer, Barbara Heyman, who is in charge of the operations of the office, so she can elaborate on that. But to answer your question, number one, we are somewhere around B, activity focus. I think one of the challenges that we have is, and rightfully so, you mentioned this at the beginning, not just the police and fire and federated boards, but boards in general. They're focused on the one item that is the primary one that everybody reads about on the news, which is the investment returns. So a lot of the work and efforts goes to deal with investment function. And again, it's an extremely important one. And that's what these two boards have done for a long time. And I think just lately I've seen them just sort of starting to focus on also on the operational side of the equation. So with that said, again, we are somewhere in B, not fully in B, but we are somewhere in activity focus. We are very reactive to member feedback. We do have some limited metrics, that I don't think the board is aware of, that we need to, that's when I made the comment about providing some dashboard to share with the board some of this data. It definitely does not have any statistical validity. And again, it's a limited reporting, but we do have a commitment to improve service. One of the biggest challenges, however, is how we capture data. How do we capture enough data to be able to measure our service so that then we can focus on what we have to improve? And so I think that's one of the areas that we like to start kicking off. And to some extent, those discussions have taken place, as you indicated, Tom, with the joint personnel committee on the metrics for the annual evaluation of the CEO and CIO. Where we would like to move to, obviously, is the service quality focus. We're not there yet by any means of the imagination, but it has to be understood. And again, I'll turn it over to Barbara in a second. Two things. Number one, moving towards a service quality focus takes time, effort, and cost. It's easy to speak about wanting to be a service quality organization, but my experience has been that with that means that we're going to have to implement some resources that we have not done so today. So that's number one. That's part of it. The second one, again, it is a commitment, not only from the service, from the staff standpoint, but a commitment from the board that we have to be in agreement what is the focus that we want to entertain, where are the areas that we want to improve, so that we can focus on the specific areas and be able to measure the service, so we can provide the board the information they need. So with that, Barbara, I'll turn it over to you. I know I probably said more that some of the information you were going to provide, but if I can turn it over to you so you can take it from there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Roberto. Yeah, I think you did cover, really most of it. Roberto did say, I would see us kind of hovering in and around that B. Certainly very reactive to member feedback when we get that. We, if there's gaps identified, we address those. We're quite activity focused. We have got limited metrics. We do gather some statistics, and we do present some of them, as you know, to the board, mainly around the disability applications. And then obviously there's the CAFR, and so there's some statistical sections within the CAFR that we gather statistics for. And then and as part of the CEO metrics that are being developed, obviously we're addressing some stuff, and as part of the budget, there's hopefully the new phone system could help kind of gather statistics and give us some sense of, volume of calls, etc. And and I think Roberto covered most of the rest of it.
Thank you, Barbara. Well, one of the areas I wanted to touch on, which you all know, both of the boards just recently approved a strategic plan on communication, which again, we put a 2-year timeline for implementation in various areas. And so, which actually prompted some of this discussion, right? Because one of the valid questions was, why are we discussing a strategic plan on communication? We don't even have a general strategic plan for the office. So it's being done again informally. So we do focus on activities, and we do want to be able to improve the service. And so we have struggled on 2 areas. Number one, gathering the data to understand where we are, but also we have not done a very good job of sharing that information with the board, which again, we will change that going forward to make sure that, if we do establish some dashboard, that you at least keep apprised, aside from the regular data that we provide you on a quarterly basis, like disabilities and anything else. So, but more than anything, we're very interested on hearing from you as to where is it that you feel that the Federated board in general, but more importantly, the office should be in terms of where should be heading, and if you can provide some priorities as to what are the areas that we should be probably spending time first versus later, that will be very helpful to staff. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Barbara. Everybody can still see that. There we go. So I wanted to sort of, you've heard from staff, we wanted to have a discussion with the board as to where the board believes we're positioned today, whether they agree with staff, and where the board feels we should be positioned, not necessarily overnight, but at some point in the future, where would the board like to see us positioned? And again, Roberto mentioned that we've been doing some work in the context of the performance evaluation, but again, that was more from an HR perspective, not necessarily from the member service function. They happen to overlap, but we think it would be helpful for the board to really weigh in on member service in this manner. Where are we today? Where would you like to be? And I think in that manner, staff could go away. If we want to get to a different position, these are the 10 things we need to accomplish, and it can be done over 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, et cetera, and come back to you with a plan. But I don't believe there's been a discussion or a consensus on where do we actually want to be in 2 or 3 years. So I'd like to open it up to, does anybody want to comment on where they believe we are if you have a good feel for that?
I'm happy to start. Jay probably is better served since he's a retiree. I believe our communication policy that we just passed is, as they said, a very good beginning point and starting it up. And I am sensitive to Roberto's point about the further we move towards C, the increased cost. So one question, yeah, I believe we're kind of between, A and B in here, but that's just my observation. I'm curious also how other boards are. I mean, like maybe where's CalPERS or maybe where's San Francisco in this member service, because I would love for us to be in C. But again, there's a cost and staffing, and we need to be sensitive to that. And my vision for staff who are retirees or members having this very customer friendly approach, I think is a lovely goal. But we also have to measure it according to cost. And I think we need to be somewhat realistic as to what other pension boards are doing.
Any other comments?
Yeah, as I look at the chart, when Tom, when you first pushed it up there, I thought, well, why wouldn't anybody, why would anyone not want to be C? But as I listen to staff, I think, yeah, probably B is where we're at. I do, and yeah, to go from B to C, if you take a look at the status quo in terms of the time, cost, quality, performance triangle, you can't get better service unless you're going to put more money at it, or you're going to have a longer cycle time. But there's got to be a trade-off. None of those time, cost, quality doesn't move by itself. So but I have had the good fortune of being part of the JPC and the development of the new metrics for the CEO CIO, and I know that we are already asking for enhanced reporting, including customer service reporting as part of those processes. So in terms of what we do to go towards B2C, if we choose to do that, it's kind of a chicken and egg question for me. We need to see some data before we can make that decision, and then can't make that decision until we see data. So I'm thinking as I'm talking, so I'm not sure I said that right, but I think at the point. So I'm good myself to wait for this next iteration of reports that are, for those who are not involved, we're talking about, a test period on the new evaluation processes, which will include a first run at the annual reports coming up soon. Tom, you have to remind me about the schedule there, but I think I'm good to wait for that first set of reports, and we can dig in, see where the gaps may be just in terms of the metrics, and then we can have another conversation about the migration from B to C, if that's what we want to do.
Right.
And then with the hat on of the San Jose Retired Employees Association, we put out we put out a monthly newsletter to all the Retiree Association members, and there's a standing invitation for folks to contact me if they have things that they're not bringing up to directly to the ORS staff. I also, one of my colleagues on that Retirement Association board is also managing the Facebook page for Retiree Association, and there really is nothing, there are no complaints about the service that's being provided that's in front of me or that's unresolved. So, hats off to staff for doing, whether we're B or C, they're making retirees happy as far as I can tell. So, um, but yeah, otherwise I'm good to wait for metrics.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? Or thoughts? And let me, maybe I can just quickly respond to a question that Julie had asked earlier about the, what are other plans doing? And we talked about this at the JPC. There's surprisingly very difficult to get really comparable peer data of this nature. There is one service that's well known, but it's really tends to be used by the jumbo plans, the large state plans, and they track various service related metrics and quality, not even necessarily quality as in terms of member satisfaction surveys. And then they compare, and there's a service that analyze the data, but it's really geared to large systems that have the resources to gather all that data. It's fairly, my understanding, it's quite an intense process. And to Jay's point, this is definitely an iterative process. One can't really make a commitment to a position on the spectrum until you know what it's going to cost you to be positioned at that point on the spectrum. But at some point, the board may want to say we'd like to be at some position. Let's say it's C, and then staff, can you go away and tell us, what do you think? What are the major shortcomings in terms of being at C? What things would have to happen, and how much would those things cost approximately, to give us an idea of what's involved from moving, say, from B to C. And then once you see that list of things that need to happen and the at least preliminary cost associated with doing that, then you can make a decision to either remain at B or extend the time horizon that you're prepared to wait to get to C and really move very slowly from B to C, or some sort of discussion along those lines. But there has to be, at some point, there has to be some decision that we'd like to be at a different position. Now, staff, can you go away and figure out what it takes to get there? And we can certainly wait till more data starts to come in through the JPC performance metrics project. Does the board think about member service in some different framework as from what we've identified here? Is there another way to, I'm sure there are many ways to do it, but when the board members think about service quality, do they view it differently? Or are there other labels that would be more helpful to the board in terms of positioning ourselves?
Trustee Horowitz here. I don't think of it in a different framework, but I would observe that before a decision to move to a C process, I believe that should be largely in response to employee and retiree requirements. In other words, we on the board or staff may think that an improvement, let's say, to respond to all inquiries, not within a day, but within an hour, is something worthwhile to pursue, and the cost associated with that, but it may not be meaningful to the retirees and employees. So that's why I think Trustee Jennings' question about what other plans are doing, are they in C, are they in B, is quite relevant. I think we already have determined that our plan costs are a tad above average for our peer group. So before we embark on something that's even more costly, I think we need to understand its necessity and its desirability amongst the people we serve. I certainly would agree we're probably at a B, maybe a B minus, but sometimes a gentleman B is adequate.
Thank you.
Well, and also, aren't we I mean, we're doing a mission, strategy, goals. So it's kind of a vision, right?
Right.
And so, you know, this is what we want to be in the next 10 years or whatever, you know, I mean, and we're in the technology age. I mean, you know, go to Amazon, you got chat, you know, of course they have loads of money, but we are, we're Silicon Valley, you know, and yet we always fall way behind. I mean, just so I don't think we're putting forward what has to be in the next year. I thought we were working on more what's our vision of where we want to be. But I'm
No, that's correct. That's correct. But we need to have an agreement on where we'd like to be someday, and then based on what it costs, you would determine the time frame for getting there.
well, I'd like to be C. And I think that is totally dependent on cost. And we need to be conscious of that because that's what we're trying to make sure we're not using money needlessly. And we need to be sensitive to what our retirees and members want. But if it's a goal, yeah, see, why not?
Hey, Tom, Harvey Lederman, like to throw in a comment?
Sure.
Good morning, everybody. In my experience, many plans are more vocal than we are about C, service quality focus. They make a formal commitment to quality. Most likely, they're not achieving any more than we are in terms of customer satisfaction, but they talk a lot about it, and they generate reports on it. They do use benchmarking service. Many of them even funds this size for trying to get their arms around some quantitative metric of customer service. I will say one thing, however, the ones that seem to be more successful in terms of client service, customers, member service, are systems that have more ability to incent their staff members, the people on the front lines, the people who interface with with the members and beneficiaries. These are funds that have more control, either because the employees are direct hires of the board and the plan as opposed to the plan sponsor. And therefore they have a little more latitude in terms of incentivizing customer service at the staff level. So that it's one thing to keep in mind as you make comparisons to peer systems. But I would say most of them are aspirational about service quality focus. I'm guessing they don't necessarily achieve any greater customer satisfaction than we do. But it would be good to take the temperature of our members directly and do some outreach, as Roberto has talked about, and as the board, both boards now have adopted a communication plan. There's a great deal of customer service outreach in those communication plans, and it would be good to test the reception from our members as we start rolling those kind of materials out to them. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Harvey. I'm glad you raised that because that's a point I wanted to make earlier, that each of these individual issues that you try to arrive at a position, member service, investments, we're going to talk about governance, HR, they all need to be coherent in the end. They all need to be integrated. They all need to make sense taken together. So you can't be pursuing a position on one dimension and a position on a different dimension that are really not internally consistent. So if you haven't got the right position on HR, that may prevent you from having your desired position on member service or investments, et cetera. So all of these strategies need to be internally consistent and coherent. So thanks for that, Harvey.
I also want to stand behind what Harvey said. I think empowering staff is really critical. I think when we micromanage, one, staff are not really satisfied or happy. Very few people want to be micromanaged. And when you hire people, you hire good people and give them the authority. And as much as possible, you give them the authority to make decisions. I mean, I know when I deal with customer service people, which I've been doing a bit, and they have no authority. I mean, it's like, why even talk to those people? You know, so of course, we have to be fiduciary, conservative and conscious. But the other side of that is empowerment, I think, is very important.
Great, thank you. Other comments? Okay, good. So let's leave that. I think what I've heard is that, at least for now, we've got a few things in motion with communications and the JPC. And as we gather more information, I think we can use this framework to continue this discussion in the future before making any sort of commitment. And again, the commitment would be sort of a long-term commitment to where do we want to be, subject to cost, et cetera. And I think we can defer that conversation somewhat. So unless there are any other questions, let's move to the next issue, which is, have I? There we go. Board governance. Can everybody see this screen all right, or should I move it to the larger format?
I think that's good.
Okay. So again, board governance is another area where every organization is going to want to position itself strategically to achieve the larger mission of the organization. This issue came up again in the board self-evaluation discussion and in the strategic planning discussion. There were the follow-up interviews as something that potentially requires a little more refinement and discussion. And again, there's been quite a bit of turnover. Both boards have done a lot of work over the years in this area, but there's been turnover. So we thought it would be helpful to sort of lay out again the options, the strategic options along some sort of framework, discuss where we are today, where we want to be. Is there a meaningful gap? And then talk about, whether that gap needs to be bridged or addressed. And for a purpose of discussion, I identified sort of the framework we see here, or the spectrum. At the left side is the operational board model, for lack of a better term. And this is the model where the board dominates all activities and makes all decisions, essentially, all meaningful decisions. And staff really don't play a leadership role in any way. They really provide an administrative support role to the board. The board is really making all of the decisions. As a result, in reality, there's no staff accountability because staff don't have any authority, and that comment was made earlier. All the decisions are made at a board or a committee level. And I would call this a strong board, weak management model. And it's characterized often by very frequent long board meetings because by definition, if the board has to make every single decision, you're going to require more and longer meetings. At the other end of the spectrum is something I'd call the policy board model. This is C. And this is where you've got sort of a clearer delineation of roles between board and management. And there are meaningful distinctions. And the board tries to focus as much as possible or is strictly focused at the extreme on policy and oversight. And of course, you can debate on exactly what those terms mean, but there's clear delineation of authority between the board and management. And because of that, and because staff actually does have various authorities and accountabilities, you can clarify the accountability. And the board is accountable for certain things and staff is accountable for other things. And I would call this a strong board, strong management model. So where each party is strong in its own defined sphere. And this you would hope, or you generalizing, but you would hope that under this model, you would expect to see probably fewer meetings, maybe not necessarily shorter meetings, but certainly more efficient, more focused, and more productive meetings. And then you've got somewhere in the middle, what I would call the hybrid board model, where the model may differ between A and C, depending on whether you're talking about investments and operations. The board, the roles aren't terribly clear. They may have defined a policy role for the board, but the board drifts between operations and policies quite often, sometimes unknowingly, sometimes consciously. The delineation of roles shifts over time. There's really unclear roles and accountability for the board and staff. And you'd expect to probably have very frequent, probably long board meetings because those roles aren't clear, and these organizations spend a lot of time trying to figure out who's doing what, who was accountable for something that happened, etc. And of course, this is a little bit, blunt, identifying only 3 basic positions. You could probably identify many variations on these positions, but I thought for discussion purposes, it'd be helpful to confirm where we are today, where we think we should be, and is there a difference between those 2 positions? And I thought for, given this is the board's purview, this is board governance, I thought I'd simply open this up to the board to talk about where do board members think we are? Some of you, again, are quite new. If you had to pick or identify where you think the current board is, where are we, and is that where you want to be? Would you rather see the board positioned somewhat differently? And I'll open that up. Any thoughts?
Okay, I seem to do all the talking. I think we're probably in B.
Okay. Any examples? General examples? We don't have to get too specific.
I think we do get a little bit involved in operations of sorts. Unclear roles and accountability. Well, I guess we have long board meetings. And I think a lot of our conversations do tend to go more towards investment conversations, though, probably less in the involvement of the operation of the office. Minimally, just on the communication one, but that was presented to us. So maybe we're between B and C. Probably C would be my preference.
Great, thank you, Julie. Anybody else want to comment?
I can chime in. This is the trustee. So I think we are sort of in a hybrid board model, especially after the change in the governance structure. We are shifted our role more into establishing the policy and establishing the structure of the how the board will govern. We have created some governance policy for the board. But we do get involved in some of the operation issues, specifically disability. We have to make our determinations on disability, and that's the one part we actually struggle quite a bit. Be it board members are not familiar with the disability rules, or sometimes this topic had always been in a very gray areas. It's not clean cut. I know I have struggled many times to deliver my decisions. And the other part of we get involved in the operation side is some portion of the investments. We have delegated quite a bit of investment responsibilities to the staff, but we still retain some investment decision making, specifically on venture capital. I think that arrangement has been made for a reason. This is for the benefit of, especially for some of the private equity investment and venture capital. Is probably having the board jointly making decision with staff is better for the time being. Of course, our ultimate goal is to try to be a policy oriented board model. But I think we probably will operate in a hybrid board model for a while until we get there. So aspiration-wise, we definitely want to go for C, but it will be a long road before we get there.
Okay, great, thank you. Anybody else want to comment?
Personally, I feel more like C. I do feel that most of the virtually all the decisions, again, this is my personal experience or personal perspective, it is about the policy decisions. If anything, I struggle with staying at in my area of making policy decisions and having enough operational knowledge to do a good job in making those policy decisions. If anything, kind of similar to our last conversation, I'd like to better understand the metrics so that yeah, we can make better decisions on where we want to go at the policy level. So I do feel much closer to C again personally, but I do, and I think that's where we should be. I would like to enhance the quality of some of those decisions by having better understanding on the operation side. I think I do feel we get that to a great extent now on the investments, and I think with what we're doing through the JPC, we're getting there on the operation side.
Great, thank you, Jake. Others?
Yeah, Tom, I'm happy to go next. I feel that I agree with the comments that we're somewhere between B and C. I also agree with the comments that we should strive for C. The time frame in which it'll take to be purely C is something that I don't have a firm opinion on. I don't necessarily think it has to be a long road. I think there are many elements of our overall operations and investments where we are sort of operating in C mode. I think investments lends itself a lot more easily to metrics and quantifiable metrics. I think if we were able to create something similar for the other areas of operation, it might make it easier for us to play more of a governance role and react when metrics are in line or out of whack. And so that might be a goal we could consider setting for ourselves over the next 6 months, year, whatever the right time frame is. And I think my last comment on C, while I strongly believe that's the best operating model and that it's not the board's job to get involved in operations or get involved in the day-to-day work that staff does, it does require us to have confidence in staff. And so right now we're fortunate to have a strong CEO, a strong CIO, a strong investment staff, a strong operations staff. But I think a future board might have to revisit that if, over time people leave, changes take place. We're in a good place now, but that may not necessarily, that's a dynamic thing that could change. And we should probably have some mechanism by which we account for that in any policies we set up. So those are my thoughts.
Great. Thank you very much. Trustee Keller, did you want to comment?
I mean, I definitely think that we should strive for C. I would agree with that. And I also agree with Trustee Chandra's statement that, things can change over time. And we're very blessed to have very, very strong staff in place right now. And we just need to make sure we have the metrics to make sure that it stays that way.
Okay, great. Roberto, any comments at all, or Prabhu?
Go ahead, Prabhu. I mean, I always speak first, and I appreciate when the CIO kick off the discussion. So, you have anything to say, Prabhu?
You know me, Roberto. I always like to follow you. Follow the footsteps of the master. Well, Tom's heard this from me many times, and Roberto has too. Certainly, I think the ideal would be C from my perspective. I think we've made significant strides in terms of delegation of authority. And you heard from Jeremy Evnine earlier this morning there was an ad hoc committee comprised of 4 trustees who worked with Cortex to get us where we are today. I think we can, there's more work to be done. In my opinion, the number one factor or cause or reason for success with any public plan is its governance. And I think that is more important than anything else. And the better the governance, the better the process, the checks and balances, and the clear division of responsibility, I think the more successful we'll be. But I think we are along the right path. Um, it remains to be seen. I mean, the one issue that Trustee Horowitz actually sort of hit the nail on the head is when he said we need to codify everything, because what we end up doing sometimes is we sort of reinvent the wheel. Instead, if we can document, where we were, where we've come, where we wish to go, and if we can have that shared with new trustees and not just new trustees, even for our current trustees, if we can do an education periodically, even once a year from Cortex, as to where we are and where we wish to go, I think that'll be very helpful in keeping things in perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had to say.
So, I'm just going to echo Prabhu's words. Certainly sees where we would like to eventually be. And I think, and I started my comments sort of suggesting what Prabhu said. We are a lot more advanced in the investment area in that issue compared to the operational side. And I think one of the challenges that we have had is not just that investment lend itself, as Trustee Chandra indicated, to more quantifiable metrics. But I think it's in many instances, it depends on size. I think Tom can speak to this better than anybody else, and perhaps counsel to some extent. It's a little more challenging for smaller organizations to be able to have the enough staff to be able to focus a specific area on being able to measure and implement some metrics, whether they're investment related and operational from a customer service standpoint. I think plans lower than $10 million, they have a difficult time with that because they just don't have the man hours to be able to spend to implement such a process, which is really one of the things that we would like to do eventually, to be able to not only for staff to understand and being able to survey our customers, but to really keep the board apprised. Again, I applaud the board for taking the time to kick off the first truly strategic meeting from the standpoint of trying to focus on the picture for the whole office overall, investments and operation. And I think that from the standpoint that we can start working and sort of define with the board what are the next steps to make sure that we get to where the board is looking for from the governance standpoint. And I think it's critical. I think Prabhu is correct. I mean, all you have to do is look at the challenges that the largest pension plan in the nation has had over the last few years, CalPERS, right? So governance is key. And I got to tell you, I've been reading some of their work, and over the last 2 or 3 years, they have changed some of the policies that they have in terms of governance and how they work with the CIO and CEO and everything else. So I think you can never underestimate how important consistency is. And I think once you board make a decision that this is the way that we want to go, I think that consistency is paramount. And I think, as Trustee Horowitz indicated, we want to make sure that we have that information available to everyone, so that as we turn over the trustees over time, we have an easy reference for everyone so that we can maintain that consistency over time. And that's not to say that a different new board have the right to make changes to it, but at least when they made those changes, I think it's always helpful to know where they're coming from. So We are here to obviously take direction from your board, and we're happy to, once we take that direction, to work on implementation and keep the board apprised. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. If there aren't any more comments, just let me summarize it. On this issue, it seems to me that there's a pretty good consensus that the desired positioning is at C. And I think there's a reasonable consensus that we're sort of between B and C, but we're definitely moving in the right direction. We've made a lot of progress. So I think the strategy is in this area is sound. And it's really just fine tuning and continuing to bridge the gap. And there are some ideas were raised that might help that. For instance, developing more reporting on the non-investment areas would help. Institutionalizing the memory, creating an institutional memory for key decisions in the past to help new boards understand the current strategies, et cetera. So we could document that, but I think we seem to be well positioned here on board governance. Let me move to the last item. I know we're approaching 12 o'clock, but I think we could at least introduce this and maybe have a brief conversation on this. And that's human resources. Again, very tricky to identify sort of different models of the HR strategy. I came up really with two, and then sort of I cheated a little bit with the middle and called it a middle of the road approach. But I think at the far left is what I think is sort of a historical, traditional model, probably with its roots, decades ago. And that's really a model where employees are really not viewed as an asset, but more as a cost to be managed. There's not a lot of attention paid to employee engagement. There are limited, if any, really development opportunities. Compensation is usually subpar or below market. No incentive programs. In the pension context, maybe the board has really no discretion or authority over the staff. Maybe it's being run out of a government department. At the other end, the what I've called highly progressive, this is sort of a more modern view of HR management, where employees are viewed as a strategic asset that you should invest in. They're seen as an investment. They're seen as something that need to be nurtured, and that they create value for the organization. And in fact, some would argue that the only real value that an organization develops is created from its human resources. So a very different sort of philosophical position on HR. There's very progressive recruitment practices. The goal is to have very motivated, engaged employees, strong training and development, competitive compensation packages, perhaps incentive compensation to some degree, leadership development programs, et cetera, succession planning, career paths, what have you. So, and then you've got B, some sort of middle of the road approach, where you may have elements of the highly progressive view, but you also have many elements of the traditional view. And so whether you're leaning towards the left side of the diagram or the right side of the diagram, there are many positions in between A and B and B and C. Now, in discussing this with staff, we wanted to, it became clear you have to distinguish between your constraints and where you want to be, because clearly as a public fund, most public funds have pretty significant constraints in this area. But I think the first step is to agree where ideally you'd like to be, and then have a discussion around what the constraints are, if any, to moving to that position, and just understanding what those constraints are. And if we can work within the constraints, great, but there might be a strategic question around, if we do face a legislative constraint or some other sort of constraint, do we want to is part of the strategy trying to get around that constraint or change the constraint? So I'm going to turn it over to Roberto and just ask Roberto to comment on, where are we today? Where is the system positioned today? Where would staff like to be in the future, ideally, the desired position? And then to what extent, what are the constraints, if any, and how far can we move to your desired position given current existing constraints?
Thank you, Tom. So I think this this approach, obviously similar to the other ones. I suspect that the boards are somewhere in the middle of the road approach. And I just wanted to point to one of the documents that was included in your meeting documents was Metric G, who was actually passed and implemented in December of 2014. And it is a document that, among other things, it provided the boards the first time ever the authority to hire and fire their CIO and CEO. So certainly this work was actually part of the comprehensive strategic work that the city initiated back in 2008 and 9 with the work of Cortex. And so it took a few years for implementation. That Measure G also includes a process by which the boards can certainly survey other plans across the nation and bring forward that information to the city council to recommend or request a particular salary range for the two executives, which was done back in 2017, 2018. So again, it's middle of the road. However, the rest of the staff at the office, Measure G also covers the investment professionals. But again, the compensation package for the investment professionals, the executive, and the rest of the office staff is within the purview of the city council. That's why I don't see at this point that we are in that bucket C of being highly progressive, but we're certainly not a traditional model. And I have to say that Metro G was a huge triumph by the boards to be able to take control over the authority of hiring and firing their own executive. In fact, I believe that the CEO and CIO positions are probably the only two. There may be a couple others across the city that actually report directly to the boards. They don't report to the city council or the city manager. I'm sort of at this point, and I obviously I would like Prabhu to speak if he has any other comments. But at this point, I'm sort of would like to hear from the board standpoint. Where do they see themselves that we are today and where they'd like to be? But again, I want to remind you about the information on Measure G. And I also want to mention something. There is, across the whole meeting today, we have been speaking about institutionalizing the data and information. Some of you provided here. And some of you know, well, all of you that have joined the board, had an onboarding meeting with me, probably not as long as we should have, and not as often as we should have. But I believe all of you in your iPad have an application called Confluence. And Confluence is an application that we use for the onboarding process. But my point with that is there are a lot of documents there for you that I intend to touch on when we do the onboarding, but it's also for you as a trustee to refer to from time to time. There's a lot of information there that includes Measure G. I'm not even sure if it actually includes information related to the work by Cortex about 10, 12 years ago. Certainly, we have to do two things. We need to expand Confluence and make it easier to access, but my only point with that is that there's a lot of information there that can provide background data and information to the trustees and is at your fingertips. So with that, again, we are somewhere in the middle of the road. I think there is some work to be done, but I think as Tom indicated, there are some constraints, and I think the key issue is to first understand what those constraints are. And if we want to push even further, then establish a plan on action on how to deal with those constraints. With that, I don't know, Prabhu, if you want to make any other comments.
Yeah, no, thank you, Roberto. I have many comments in this area, but I'll keep it brief. So Measure G is tricky, and kudos to the boards to actually to have gotten this passed. I think Tom was also involved in this, and Drew Lanza on the Police and Fire Board is much more articulate than I am on this. But he basically says, look, we were under the city's control, and then we passed Measure G, and now we're slowly sort of claiming turf, right? And we've shown the city that we can be very responsible, right? I believe Measure G was passed maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not sure about maybe 2015. But in the last 4 or 5 years, certainly the CEO has demonstrated, and ORS has demonstrated that we can be very responsible with the freedom that's been given to us. And the boards have also shown that they can be very responsible, and they certainly take into account the sponsors' issues when it comes to managing the plans. But there's certainly some frustrations because I think there's more work to be done. It's not clear to me. I think the way Measure G is worded, sometimes it's not very clear, or what we have authority and or what we don't have authority. Particularly frustrating for me earlier this year was the fact that even though the CEO and the CIO are hired by the boards and the investment staff is under the executive authority, we still go to the city to get permission for things such as raises and so on. And of course, we've always demonstrated that our demands are not outrageous, but despite all that, we consistently get pushback from our sponsor. They have been very accommodative. I shouldn't say that they've not. But for example, when we wanted to promote a couple of our investment professionals, and I think that's very important because we need to be able to control that, because we want to be best in class. And in order to get there, we need to hire and retain the best people. And even though the boards, even though the CIO and the CEO recommended this, the boards approved it, our sponsors still said no. And so that's somewhat frustrating to me. I know we've come a long way. I know there's a lot more work to be done, but those are areas where we need to clarify, what authority do we have versus the city? I know it's a delicate balance, but I would certainly push the boards. I would certainly recommend that the boards push for greater autonomy in terms of our personnel, since we're talking about HR here. And also, I think it'll probably evolve over time, and Harvey might have better perspective on these things, having worked with other plans as well. But just my 2 cents on this.
Thank you, Prabhu. Harvey, did you want to comment on this?
I'll take a pass at this point.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now turning to the board, are there, again, this is one of the trickier, more complex issues, strategic issues. Does any board members want to comment on where your understanding of where the organization is positioned and your vision of where we should be striving to be, and how long that could take, and what these constraints are?
Tom, go ahead. Trustee Jennings.
Trustee Jennings here. Basically, yes, I think Jay and I and Trustee Sun, being city employees, understand the city process. So yes, I think C is the goal we want to be, but there's a lot we cannot do here because the staff is city staff. And Jay probably knows this far better in his prior, before he retired. He was very knowledgeable in this world. I'm not sure if we could even, I'm not sure how we could have control over the items that Prapu and Roberto brought up if they are city staff. I don't know legally from a board standpoint if we can do this. So normally within the city of San Jose, all the things that they're frustrated about is what all departments are frustrated about. We are put forward requests and we are denied because we are managed by the executive staff, which is under the umbrella of the budget office or HR, and they are looking to be extremely conservative and basically say no to a lot of things that cost money. And even if you get an outstanding in your review, you get a 2%. If you're going to get more than 2%, maybe 3 to 5, that has to go all the way up to the city manager or higher, to get approved. I mean, Jay probably could correct me if I said that wrong. So yes, we are not set up to really incentivize compensation or any of that. I mean, it's just, we can motivate and engage our staff. We can provide training, development, but as you're dealing with technical investment staff and compensation that they could get outside versus being part of a city, it's not something we have control over.
Thank you, Julie.
Tom, yeah, you're right. It is complex. Well, it is complex. In some ways it's simple and it's complex. For me, it's simple that yes, we ought to be in C. I think that our human resources are, we get our work done through people, and we're not working with machinery. I guess we have computers, but the service is really provided by the staff. They're absolutely assets worthy of investment. So I definitely think along the lines of scenario C there. I think, and yes, there definitely are challenges, legislative or otherwise. But before I get there, I think I would like to, this is an area where I'd like to dig a little bit deeper to understand the gaps and have an opportunity to prioritize those gaps. Not necessarily based on the legislative barriers, but just in more of an absolute sense. So, yeah. So again, I think we definitely ought to be in C. I know it's very complex, so I do think it is something we ought to take a look at as a board, and then have the opportunity to prioritize, and then figure out where we need to go, how we need to get there, et cetera, et cetera.
Jay, just so I understand, are you saying that while you agree with C as the goal, there's value in trying to understand how close to C can we get given the constraints we face, and then what are the gaps, and which of those gaps can we actually deal with? Do we have the authority to deal with? And let's prioritize those, and therefore get us as close to C as we can given the constraints?
Yes, yeah, I think we ought to be in C. I think that, in my mind, we definitely ought to be in C. Where are we not there? Which are more priority than others? How do we fix the high priority or the critical mass? I mean, I think those are all the conversations we need to have. But okay, we ought to. My personal opinion is we ought to be in C.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify. Great. Anybody else?
This is Trustee Sung. I just want to elaborate on Jay's point. I think the administrative staff, especially CIO and CEO, want to make this plan best in class. That's the words that we have heard repeatedly. So in terms of HR management, human resource, I would like to understand what is the ultimate goal of HR to have this plan best in class. Then we can see what is the ceiling for human resources. And then maybe we can, that's what I guess that's the gap we're looking at between current and what our goal is. Then we can decide if then we can analyze if we can get there. I'm not saying C is where we want to be. There's certainly limitation for the city's financial resources. You know, just to mention, with the measure G, I believe that's where the board took over the recruitment and compensation of CIO and CEO positions, and both positions are compensated at a range much higher than department directors for the rest of the city. That's already created a bit of a stress for the city area. That's all I want to say.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Sun. Great. Any other last thoughts?
Yeah, I think that we should definitely strive for C. The employees are one of the greatest assets of the plan. And so we need to motivate them. And I don't know enough about the city's governance policies to really understand all our constraints, but we certainly want people engaged. And as one of the other trustees said, best in class is where we want to be.
Okay, thank you. So it's, unless anybody else has comments, it seems to me that, I mean, the consensus is that as a organizational vision for HR, we want to position ourselves at C eventually. We recognize we have constraints. What we're missing is we don't know how close can we get to C given the constraints we have. And I think we need to maybe identify those and then come back to the board with what would it cost or what would be involved in moving closer to C, or as close as we can get, short of the, without bumping into the constraints we have. So if there are things we can do today, given current constraints, what are those things to get us closer to C? What would those things be? What would be involved? How would we get there? What would they cost? And then the board could make a decision. Yes, those are worth doing. And yes, that'll push us closer to C. We may never get all the way to C because of certain constraints, but it's worth trying to get closer to C. Is that a reasonable summary?
Yes.
It's very similar to the member service that we can't decide. Yes, we'd like to be service quality focused, but until we know exactly what the shortcomings are, what sorts of things do we need to do, and what would it cost, and we want to be comfortable that those things would actually make members more satisfied. They're relevant to the members. It's hard to approve, but we do agree that the strategy is to get to a service quality oriented member service function. But to move in that direction in more concrete terms, we need more information. We need to know exactly what the shortcomings are. And I think staff can, I mean, those, I guess I'm jumping into the next steps and how we move forward with this.
Yep.
But any more thoughts on any of these frameworks before we wrap up? Because we're just past 12 o'clock. It's about 12:15.
Again, my thing on C is the incentive compensation. And I think that's more a legal question as to, because the people are city employees. So, and we're held accountable to that. So unless the board can control that, which is news to me, if that's possible, they'd have to not be city employees, I think, for any of that to happen. As to the people the retirees, I don't think they care. They're probably going to, I mean, no offense, but they're like, we never got paid a lot. Why should these people get paid a lot? People are very focused on their own, on what they had. If I only got paid $50,000 a year, why should these people get paid $200,000, or whatever? So I can't see that retirees would have a lot of say on that, or even members who are paying in, because we're all under those controls. That's what it is to be a city employee. You know, you get seniority, you get a pension, but you also don't get the salaries that you would get in Silicon Valley or in an investment firm. I mean, that's the choices.
Thank you, Julie. Any other comments? And again, that's probably the case, that you are constrained when it comes to incentive comp for most of the staff, if and perhaps all of the staff, but there may be things that can be done in other areas. So training and development, recruitment practices, career paths, et cetera, that might move you a little closer to C, but not get you all the way there necessarily because of these other constraints. But helpful to identify what those are. So in terms of next steps, what we've done so far is had a very high level discussion around how we want to position ourselves in 4 areas, and there are a number of others that we could address. I listed them here, but we've talked about investments. We've confirmed, and this is one area where you've done the most work, and you've actually very consciously made some choices. And now we think it's a matter of just monitoring the choices you didn't choose, and then just making sure that current and new board members understand the choices that were made, and you always can revisit them. We talked about governance, where I think we agreed that it's pretty clear where we want to be. The desired strategy is a policy-focused board. I think we agree we're pretty close, and there's some gaps here and there, but there are activities that can be done to continually move us in that direction. Member service is an area where we do want to be, I think we all agreed, we do want to be service quality oriented, but we're going to need more information to know exactly what sorts of things would need to happen to move us in that direction, and how much would they cost, and would members and retirees actually appreciate those additional efforts, and would the city appreciate the costs? And then human resources, similarly, we'd like to be C, but it's helpful to know where are we short of C, what can we do given current constraints, and how much would it cost, and what would be involved in dealing with those issues that are within our control. So those are the 4 topics we talked about today, and it's worth sort of summarizing in a plan where we've come. Other issues that we could have talked about, we knew there wouldn't be time, would be risk management. Where do we position ourselves there? Information technology, stakeholder relations, cost effectiveness. There could be many more, but we thought we'd focus on 4. But in terms of next steps, there are a lot of we weren't sure which direction this would go based on the conversation, but I think there would be value in coming back to you with the mission statement based on the input that we've heard today. Capture the elements of the strategy that we've talked about today, the other elements, meaning what the desired strategy is on investments, governance, member service, HR, identify the outstanding issues, and agree on whether or not, and come back to you with the request, do you want staff to go do further work to, for instance, in the area of member services and HR, to identify what it would cost, what would be involved in moving towards the desired position. And in terms of future strategic planning efforts, one could always choose to pick another topic and have a very similar sort of conversation, identify the range of strategic options for that topic, and again, agree on where we are today, where we want to be, very similar to what we did today. So I think in terms of next steps, that would be, and I can capture other ideas and suggestions that were raised today and weave them in appropriately so it's all coherent. But maybe a first step would be to come up with a very sort of preliminary working draft of a strategic plan that starts to capture the discussion so that you can build on these discussions over time. We don't necessarily even have to call it a strategic plan at this point, but just a strategic document that you could build on and have at future sessions, and you can decide when you want to have the next kick at the can on these sorts of conversations. Would that make some sense?
Yes, and Tom slash Roberto slash Prabhu, if we could fold into next conversations too about how we integrate this with CEO, CIO performance objectives, as well as work plan commitments we're making in the budget process. I think those are, I think we don't want to send everybody off in different sets of priorities based on whether we're talking about strategic plan or we're talking about the annual work plan or we're talking about uh, uh, performance objectives. And similarly, and not that we have control over this, but again, to the extent that we can integrate those things together, then it's less likely the staff will be put in a position of between a rock and a hard place with the police and fire priorities. So I'm not trying to usurp police and fire or say that we have to be the same as theirs, but I am mindful that we have the JPC initiative moving forward. We are also talking about, we always have to talk about the budget. So I just want to try to keep these aligned and consistent so that we can be efficient in the efforts that we're doing besides our monthly business meetings.
Great, thank you, Jay. Okay, any other last comments? And again, my takeaway is I'll work with staff to kind of summarize all this to the extent possible and let it be sort of a living document that can evolve over time strategically and maybe eventually morph into an actual strategic plan as we get more and more details. But I think it's important just to continue the conversation at whatever pace the boards feel is doable. Any closing suggestions? Yes.
Well, I just want to thank you for all the work. I think that's a very valuable conversation. I think that in similar situations, I've thought about these strategic plans as our board, all 7 of us head off to a conference, and we have a third party ask, so what's going on with your plan? What are the key issues? What are your priorities? It'd be nice if we all had something similar to say about that. Not that we had 7 trustees talking about 7 different pictures, such that somebody would go, are you guys really from the same plan? I mean, there should be a civil conversation. And so, yes, I do appreciate all of you pulling this together for the board discussion and, of course, the board's engagement in this.
Great, no, it was my pleasure. Any closing thoughts from anybody before we on the materials? Great. Well, thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure. I appreciate all the support from staff and your input. And this was a really worthwhile discussion, I think.
And Tom, then the next time we will see this, notes or next steps will be when?
Maybe not by the next board meeting, but certainly by I'm not sure when where are we? The end of, hopefully November. I'm not sure I can get it done by the next board meeting.
Yeah.
I can, would.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, staff will work with Tom, and I also have to work with Chiron. They're going to start, Chiron has long presentations starting. So we're debating whether we kick it off in October, November, but I suspect it's going to be one of the next couple of meetings. So yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Roberto, your bird.
Oh. I thought that was my house. I thought something was going off. I was like, oh, I better go check because I'm in temporary housing. I'm just learning all the sounds.
I'm sorry. We have an African gray. You're right. I'm sorry. And he's in the background trying to call attention. So apologize.
Roberto, I think you need to bring your bird on the video. We need to see it.
I actually introduced my bird, I think, and the dog at a meeting that we have with staff last month, but maybe we'll do that. The thing is, he stay quiet. If I get a camera and he sees stuff, he won't say a word. Sometimes he just calling my name. He tells jokes to himself. It's just funny.
Okay. Should Tom, shall I go ahead and proceed with the rest of the agenda?
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you again very much, Tom.
Oh, you're welcome.
Next, public comments. Do we have any members of the public who would like to address the board? All right. With that, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Good to see
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody.
Thanks all.
All right, take care.
The
Bye.
recording has stopped.